I guess I should say something. Alright, we're almost at 40 seconds. Where is Storm Fury? And 40 seconds and he's not here, man. He's really slacking off. Gotta be kidding me, man. Ooh. I haven't live streamed in a while, and I need to get this mic away from my face. Dear face. Alright. Man, it has been a while, hasn't it? Possibly. I think in this live stream, I'm going to talk about, well, a lot of things. But I was primarily thinking about how I view other humans. Because that's a very fascinating topic. Man, Storm Fury slacking off tonight. Can't believe it, man. Minute 40 into the stream. Guy's really losing his touch out here. Alright, anyway. Yeah, so in this live stream, I'm going to be talking about the way I view other humans, because that's what I feel like talking about tonight. And if I didn't feel like talking about that, I'd probably just not do a live stream, because I wouldn't feel like talking about anything, probably. It's a real shame. I'm gonna wait a bit until we can get some more humans into the stream here. YouTube starts promoting this decrepit old live stream. I've had some decrepit live streams before. Did a live stream before for 7 hours. That got pretty decrepit after a while. But anyway, before I get into this little discussion I'm gonna have, oh my, if Max is the first one to comment in the live chat, you know the stream's done for. Uh, oh, there we go, Fanika Quora. You need to comment before Max did, because that's a bad omen. If he's the first one to comment, you know the stream's gonna be downhill from here. Immediately asking me if I like oranges, and he'll be asking if I like olives, yeah. We know how it works, but anyway. I'm gonna talk about how I view other humans, and this is not gonna be, oh, please help me, guys. I need life advice. I don't know what I'm doing. No, it's not gonna be that type of discussion. I don't need, be quite honest with you, I don't need advice from random people that I'll never meet a day in my life. Doesn't mean I dislike the people watching the live streams. This is not a advice time. This is just me giving my own thoughts on random crap time. And that's kind of how we roll with these streams. Because the only reason I say this is because once I start rambling, I'm not going to be reading the live chat. And then I know, I've seen in other streams, people be like, oh, you just need to go outside and touch grass. You just need to do all these different things. It's like, dude, I've tried literally everything in my life, and I'm not even asking for advice. I'm not asking. I'm talking. If you wanted to ask people for advice, it'd probably be best to ask people who actually know you in real life, and not just random people on the internet that you have no idea who they are. So anyway, I've got that out of the way. Sounds like a pretty obvious thing to say, but to be honest with you, you have no idea how many people get on here and are, giving me the same generic crap advice. It's like, alright guys, how about we just take a break for one live stream from telling me, oh, you just need to do this, you need to do this. I'm not asking for advice. It's just talking. Anyway, I'll read the live chat here real quick. Oh, there you are, Storm Fury. 3 minutes late, yeah. If you pull the live stream back, I was looking for you at the 40-second mark. That's where you usually hop in. You never talked about other humans before. Yeah, Insanity. This is definitely a topic I've never touched on before. I mean, I do talk about other humans and how I view them, but I want you guys to understand, to get another person's perspective, because I feel like, all right, I'm just going to hop in this because this is a little bit too complicated to make any general statements on, but so I'm going to say right out from the get-go, I don't dislike other people. All right? If you watch my live streams before, you probably think I'm joking right now. I'm not joking. I think a lot of times people say they dislike other people. I think they actually mean they dislike human behavior. That's what I mean. It's not like every human I come in contact with, I'm like, oh man, this is just horrible. I can't stand these people at all. They're so annoying or whatever. Um, no, I complain a lot about other people, but it's more about it's more about human behavior. And a lot of these things, these people, they just do without thinking. A lot of things in human behavior are just subconscious. You don't think about it, you just do it. Because humans are creatures of habit, and they just tend to do the same stupid things over and over again, regardless of if it results in anything or means anything. I know I'm talking very generally right now. I'm going to get more specific here in a second, but it's just very complex. I feel like most people you come in, I think one of the main reasons I don't like being around most other humans is because they're not living in the present moment. And I myself fall in this trap all the time. You run into other people, they're thinking about what they're going to do in the future. They might be having nostalgia for the past, but they're not here. One reason it's really hard to connect with other humans is literally because they're not living in the present moment. And living in the present moment, it's like, oh, everybody's doing that. No, most people are not doing that. Most people are they're a million miles away. Their brains, like, not thinking at all about literally anything they're doing right now. They're thinking about what they're going to do tomorrow, the next day, next week, next year, next month. I don't know. Trying to get on the same wavelength with another person, trying to understand another human who's not even living in the present moment is like, it's like, there's no point. What are you going to gain from that? I mean, most people you come in contact with, all right, I feel like I'm just throwing out random numbers, but like 70% of people are they're just, a lot of them just believe a bunch of things, a bunch of agendas, a bunch of random stuff that they were just force fed. There's a lot of people out there who just don't think for themselves at all. They just, anything they hear on the news, anything they hear on the internet, they're just like, oh yeah, that must be true. And it sounds stupid because like it's a very common thing to be like, okay, not everything is true on the internet. That's like a very obvious piece of advice or whatnot. Very obvious statement. I'm sure everybody's heard a million times before, but you'd be surprised. People literally hear something on a YouTube video or something else, and then they just are like, well, that must be the truth because I don't know anything about this subject matter, and I'm just going to assume they're telling the truth or whatever. It's ridiculous. And so there's a ton of people out there who you can't connect with because they're not even an individual themselves. They're not their own individual. Everything they say, everything they do is just random stuff that they've been told and they've heard from other places. Like, they don't ever generate their own thoughts, ever. That's like just beyond their imagination. And then there's also people who just think very narrowly. There's a lot of people who just talk from their own perspective and nothing else. And they just, well, it's not a bad thing to just only talk about things from your own perspective, but when you assume that's the way it is for everybody else, you're just flat out wrong. It's so annoying when people just, like, I've even had live chats, live streams, whatever. People would just say stuff that they believe and they just assume that applies to the entire human race. No, it doesn't. There's very few universal truths. There's not that many. But so many people are just like, oh yeah, do this, do that. This works for every human. How do you know that? Are you every human? Are you every single person? No, you're only 1 out of 8 billion. Um, so there's a lot of people who just don't think for themselves, and then there's a lot of people who just have extreme bias toward their own life experience, and then it's okay to understand, like, you'll understand the things that you've experienced for yourself more than anything else. That makes sense. But when you put that on to other people and assume that's the same way it is for them, that doesn't work. um it sounds very obvious, but it's just ridiculous. So that's at least two groups of people there. um And then most people are just not even living in the present moment anyway. I said they just think about future, the past. So essentially, it's basically like being around a bunch of people who aren't even alive. A lot of people, they act like, oh yeah, like, how often do you, like, just sit down away from all distractions and just think about, okay, I'm a person right now and I'm actually alive in this moment. And you just focus on this present moment and your mind doesn't wander off to a million other things that don't have anything to do with what's right in front of your eyeballs. But most people won't do that because a lot of the time, uh, oh yeah, this is another group of people. I know I'm all over the place, but I will read the live chat in this stream. It won't be hard. There hasn't been much in a live chat, so it'll be easy to catch up on. Um, but then there's another group of people. I'm trying to remember. Dude, I just lost my concentration. Uh, uh, but I'll bring up that group of people when I can remember. But it's so ridiculous because it sound. Oh yeah, there's another group of people who have a lot of past things, trauma, experiences, things they've never, problems they haven't dealt with that they're running from in their lives, and then, like, that takes away from them being able to live in the present moment because they haven't dealt with all these past issues. They just run away from them. So you got all these different people, and, like, what do you expect's gonna happen? I don't understand at all why people think that, oh, we're all humans, we can all unify together. It's like, people are from so many different backgrounds, have had so many life experiences, and a lot of people are just not, they're just not reasonable, especially these days. They're not reasonable. They only think from one perspective. They only think one way. They don't even consider that there's other options, other things to think about. They only think one way, and that's it. And those people probably honestly have an easier time enjoying life because they think life is very simple and they can just view it in this simple lens, and then it's just easier for them because they don't have to overthink it or anything. But life is very complicated. I mean, I just mentioned, like, what, 4 groups of different types of people, and then some of those people are like, have some of those things combined. Like, some people will have past traumas they're running from, and also, you know, one of the other groups I mentioned, and it's just, I mean, this type of stuff is probably not um interesting to most people, but it's just really, this is a big reason why I just don't. I can't just go around any human and be like, hey, we're just gonna have a great time and we're not gonna, like, we're just gonna do whatever and we don't have to really think about this. Is because a lot of people, they're just not living in the present moment. I think that's actually a big reason why, one of the reasons, there's tons of reasons, but a big reason why people will rush into relationships is because a lot of reasons people get into relationships is not just because, oh, I like this other human and I want to be with them. It can be a lot more complicated than that. Some people rush into relationships, I've found, um, from what I've seen, I think a lot of people rush into relationships because it helps them focus on something other than just themselves. And it also helps them actually live in the present moment. Because when you're focused on another human, not yourself, not your own needs, not your own whatever, it helps you live in the present moment more. You're more observant for your surroundings. And a lot of people will resort to that because it's easier than to actually just sit down by yourself and be introspective about things. And then they rush into a relationship or whatever. And then if that's the only reason for why they got in the relationship, or the major reason, it's probably not gonna last. It's just kind of ridiculous. Like, people never think hardly about these factors. That most people I at least come in contact with, they just think of things very simply, like, oh, the only reason people get in relationships is just because they like the other person. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. And I'm just saying that, like, I'm not even planning on talking about relationships a lot in this or anything like that, but um, it's just there's so many different layers to everything. And is very overwhelming to the human mind because the human mind can't grasp every single thing at one time. That's why it's very annoying. People think if you understand things better, that like makes your life better, easier to live. That's just not the case. The more you know, the more you understand how complicated everything is. And then once you realize how complicated everything is and how you're never going to fully grasp everything and you can't think about multiple different things all at one time that would help you understand things better, it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. And I don't know. How, by the way, is the microphone audio quality okay, at least for the time being? I've had some trouble in the past few live streams where it was chopping in and out. What did I have for dinner? Is that your reason for why I'm talking about this stuff? But yeah, a lot of times if I do a live stream, I like to talk about these things just because these are things I do think about. Not every day, but a decent amount. I find them interesting, but they can be very frustrating because a lot of things in life just don't have a satisfying solution. I think movies and TV shows, all this other stuff, it makes you think that somehow there must be like a satisfying ending to everything. There's not. There's some things that just have no end to it. It's like it's like trying to wrap your mind around the fact, like, imagine the world just never ends, or like the world had no beginning. Trying to wrap your mind around that would be impossible because your mind just not meant to wrap around that. That's kind of how it is with a lot of things. If you dive into how complicated things can be, because there's no satisfying conclusion. It's just kind of like, well, this is kind of the way it is, and you know, I only like thinking about some of these things because it's just annoying to. It's just annoying to me. Like, I literally can't take things at surface level. I can't. I try, but I can't. I used to when I was younger. I think all kids probably just take things at surface level, but older I've gotten, it's just like, I can't just be like, oh, just look at this object or these or these people and just like make a very general, simple statement and then never think about it again. It's like, okay, there's that guy over there. He's this and this and this, and that's all he is. And there's not like bunch of complicated things to him or whatever. Past life experiences have shaped him to be the way he is and all this different stuff. Like, I feel like most people just don't even think about that. At least from what I've seen. I'm not saying I always enjoy overthinking things. A lot of times I just wish my brain could shut up. But I literally can't take things at surface level. Maybe because it's just like too boring to me. Like I've got to overthink it. But I don't know. Just get out and touch grass, man. That will solve every problem. I don't think I have much else to talk about for that right now. I do want to go more in depth of why I dislike human behavior so much later on, but I'll read the live chat for a bit and let my brain recoup. Where do you download games on Dolphin Emulator? Blue Clarence? I honestly have no good answer for that because I don't even remember how I did it, so. I think there's a way you can literally rip your Brawl DVD or your Brawl disc and literally rip it onto a computer, but I don't know how to do it. It's complicated. I did it like a couple years ago. I have no idea what I did. As part of the reason I never got Revision 2 of Brawl. People play on Revision 2 a lot, and I've always just stay on Revision 1 because it took me so long just to get that. I was like, I'm not going through that again. How's the microphone quality? As long as it's not chopping in and out, that's all I need. Humans are disgusting. Yeah, Dr. Basic, I sympathize with that. Humans are just absolutely disgusting. You're 100% correct. Everything that goes into humans is just it is disgusting and it's annoying. Like, people be like, oh, you're a human. Yes, I know I'm a human, amazingly enough. I don't like a lot of the human behavior, human characteristics I have. Like, sometimes I'll go back and, like, look at one of my old live streams, be like, dude, this behavior you're exhibiting on this live stream is disgusting. Like, it's just repulsive. I don't know. I feel like there's a group of people who are just like, they just love being around other human, like, well, I guess we could just say it's extroverts, but you're either in the camp of where you enjoy being around other humans so much and all this stuff that you just overlook all their flaws, or you're in the camp that is just like, all you see is the flaws. You really need a balance of both. You really need a balance of both. You need to be able to see the flaws and the strengths. Not just one or the other, but I think as humans, we just have a tendency to either lean one extreme or the other. I'm not saying that's the way for everybody, I just say it's probably the way for most people. But yeah, humans are disgusting. It's really annoying. I honestly wish the human body was not the way it is. Human body to me is disgusting. Human behavior is disgusting. Everything to do with humans is disgusting. I'm not saying, oh, let's just absolutely just eliminate the human race and set this world free from us disgusting humans. I'm just saying it's really disgusting. I think the reason people don't find it very disgusting is because they're just like, oh, this is just the way it is. Like, It's basically desensitizing yourself to how disgusting humans are once you live long enough. Plus, you're just like you're taught from a young age. Oh, this is the way humans are, or whatever. And it's like I should probably give some specific things of what I find disgusting. But the main thing I find disgusting about humans is just their behavior. They always act one way, this way, that way, and it's just to me, it's just boring because it's like watching the same movie over and over and over again. It's like, how about we watch a new movie? I don't want to have to watch the same movie every day. No matter how good the movie is, I don't want to watch it every day. That's the way it is for me with humans. It's like watching the same thing every day. It's like, oh, he did this, he did that. Another thing that makes humans really annoying is just they're creatures of habit. So they just do the same things over and over again, even if what they do doesn't even make that much sense. They just do things out of habit because it's just kind of like I don't know if I call it laziness, but it's just like the easiest thing and they don't have to like overthink things or anything. They just do it, you know? Um, it's boring. Other humans, any humans, me, anybody else, I find them boring. Uh, Sometimes I'm in a really good mood, and then I can like kind of look past the flaws and the stupid things humans do over and over and over again. But usually it's just I can't I see nothing else but the flaws. And I guess that's a me problem. It is, but I still think humans are just disgusting. Like the things humans do, it's crap. And I know I'm talking really generally right now. I do want to give some specific things. Um, I know I keep saying that, but uh, it's just it really is. If I spend time with other people, I feel like I'm watching the same movie over and over again. That's basically the feeling. Um, to put it in terms that people might understand, it's like, you know, if you've been doing the same job for 20 years and you basically do the same things 5 days a week and it never changes, 8 hours a day, you'll always do the same exact things. Do you still find those things interesting? Do you? Maybe if you really love what you do. But there's unfortunately this thing in humans where they get bored when they see the same things over and over again, when their brain detects the same patterns over and over again. That's like that might be like why some of my live streams can get boring cuz anytime somebody talks and that like they're just talking about something, they'll tend to talk about the same things over and over again. And I mean, once you've lived long enough, you pretty much heard every topic of conversation there is. Maybe the person talking can say it in a different way that you've never heard before, but at the end of the day, it's the same stuff. And no matter whether that stuff actually matters or not, you've heard it 100 times before, so it just doesn't carry any weight. It doesn't mean anything. uh, I'm not trying to like make people feel bad or anything. I honestly don't like. I know I'm talking about this stuff, and I talk about a lot of things that people would consider to be negative thoughts, negative things to talk about. But like, I don't feel bad because I'm talking about it. It's just things I think about. A lot of people, especially feelers, they just don't understand this. People, personality type is feeling over thinking. They don't understand this. Um, it's like you can talk about things without it affecting you, or you can hear things without it making, like, giving any emotional response. Like, you know, you can just say things. uh, but anyway, I'm gonna read the live chat here. I want to keep rambling, um, because I have a lot of things that I don't think I've really talked about in any of my live streams before. I think it'll just help you understand at least my perspective, the way I view things. I mean, you might not care is fine. It's just for people who are thinking type people, they usually find it interesting to hear other people's perspective on the way they view things. At least I do. Um, Feeling people who just want to be entertained on YouTube, this ain't gonna be where you want to be. Sorry. This isn't gonna elicit any kind of dopamine hits. If you get any dopamine from this live stream, you gotta be one of the few individuals on planet Earth who is not desensitized yet, so get on you. Can you tell us why you have so many clothes in your attic? How did you know about that? Humans become unlikable at the age of 5. Dude, I don't even like babies. Babies are... Alright, this is bringing up an excellent topic. Alright. I don't understand why people think babies are cute. To me, they all look exactly the same. Bald little kids that all look the same, and they just cry and cry and cry. What is appealing about that? There's nothing appealing about that. I think the only reason... Dude, I don't even know why people say babies are cute. They're not. They're just legitimately not. They're ugly. They all look the same. They have no uniqueness at all. They all weigh 10 to 12 pounds. I know that's just a very generic statement, but delicious. I've never understood the fascination with that. It literally does not register with me. There's an evolutionary advantage to finding a baby cute. I don't understand the insanity. It doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, I want to see some of these chats. He's a rambler. Yes, I am. I like to ramble about things. I mean, if I don't do a live stream where I just ramble about random stuff that comes to my mind, I'll just do it to myself off camera. And then people get concerned because they're like, why is that dude sitting over in that corner talking to himself? That's a little weird. It's like, if I have these live streams, I have an excuse. I have something to appeal to these people's brains. It's like, I hate this. I hate the fact that you always have to have a reason for everything. It's like, why can't I just do something and then everybody just not question it? How about I literally just go out in the middle of the street and start yelling and nobody question it? Like, just don't question it. Just be like, yep, he's just doing whatever he wants to do. It's like, why do people have to question everything? It's like you can't, it's very limiting. Very limiting. That's why you just gotta get past the point where you just don't really care that much what other people think and you just do what you do, but it's just stupid. It's like people ask you questions and like expect you to have a reason for literally everything you do in life. It's like, maybe I just did this because I wanted to do it. Maybe I didn't have any high logical reason that appeals to your brain. It's stupid. I really hate that feeling of when you do something, then you immediately think, wait a minute, I've got to come up with a sound line of logic for why I did that and give this reason to every person I ever come in contact with the rest of my life, because they'll all be questioning it. It's like, I'd rather not do that. Like, please. Stuff like that annoys the crap out of me on a daily basis. It's just, I wish I never think about these things, but I think most people do think about these things subconsciously, like it's just subconscious, but they don't usually consciously think of them. That's why it usually doesn't bother them. Anyway. uh, we either solve the world's problems here or we're doomed. I would say we're doomed then. We're not going to be solving the world's problems tonight. If anything, my live streams, I like these live streams because this is what people do. They they do things to where they put other people in the same boat as them. So if there's things that annoy them in life, they're going to make sure it annoys every person they know. You ever notice that? If there's things that bother people in life, they have to tell other people so they can have other people sympathize with them and put them in the same boat as them. How about you just deal with your own crap and don't go around just throwing trash on everybody? You could say I'm doing that with these live streams to my viewers, but my viewers don't have to listen to this. Like, if you just want to turn it off, you want to mute the video, you want to do anything, because a lot of times these things I talk about are not enjoyable to most other humans, and I understand that. Most other humans don't usually care about any of these type of things, but it's these very small things that can just like I find really it for some reason it just is what I have to think about. I know a lot of people I know in real life, they don't care about this stuff, and I don't care about a lot of the things they care about. So I talk about these things on these wonderful little live streams, and then I just vent it out, and then I don't have to talk about it to other people. It's great, honestly. More people should just live stream if they just want to like vent out frustrations or complain or whatever, or say whatever they're thinking. Just do it on a live stream. And if people don't want to watch, they don't want to watch. But it like gives you a perfect way just like vent it out, a nice reason to if you can't just do it by yourself. Just do it to random people on the internet. It's great. It really is a good thing because it really saves people you know from having to hear about all these idiotic things 24/7. It's like I'm not gonna go around to my family and my friends and be like, "Hey, you want to know about why I dislike other humans? You want to hear about that?" Well, you're gonna hear about that. I love that's another thing I love about humans. One of those things that annoys the crap out of me in human behavior is when they say, "Hey, you want to hear this joke? You want to hear this?" And then they just it essentially means you're gonna listen to this. All right, you have no choice. It's like they phrase it like it's a question. It's not a question. It's a command. I hate when humans do that. My dad, when I was younger, he used to always like have to force me to get a shower because I mean, you're a young boy. You don't care about getting showers. You want to go out and get dirty in the mud. Um, that's just what you do, man. You just go around and get dirty in the mud. I mean, what else is there to do? um, but he'd always be like, "Hey, Joel, you want to go get a shower?" It's like, are you asking me? I'm pretty sure you're just gonna be like, well, if you don't get a shower, we're pulling this belt off right now and chasing you. Uh, that's fine. Just to clarify, I was not abused as a child. All right, that was just a nice, fun illustration. I always like to use the pull the belt off illustration. It's one of my favorites. Uh, Thank you, Dr. Basic. That's very generous to tell the audience to subscribe to the channel. I haven't been doing these live streams as much as I should because I do really enjoy talking about this random stuff. But I don't think I'll go back to the level I was doing it before where I was doing it about every day because that just kind of fries your brain sometimes. It take like 2 or 3 days in between. I should be all good and ready to go. I want to go for a while in this live stream. There's a lot of things I want to talk about. It's just a matter of whether my brain's going to think about it or not. I'm going to read the live chat and maybe that'll trigger some things. But yeah, these human, what are they called? Idiosyncrasies? Just these random things. Like, I should really put together an entire list of the stuff that just bugs the crap out of me for humans and then just compile the whole list and then just save it for one massive live stream. It'd be great. But honestly, if I came up with everything, it probably surpassed my 7-hour long live stream because there's a lot, and then I just ran about. So anyway, reading the live chat. What's one thing that really annoys me on any topic? Well, I've already talked about several things. I'm sure I'll talk about some more here. I just need something to trigger me. Just at any point in the live stream, if the microphone starts making a popping noise and the mic doesn't sound good, let me know immediately. What's up, Ethan? Sorry, I forget what your last music recommendation to me was, but I just don't think we have the same taste in music. We like different types of music. Did you watch The Basketball? The Basketball. Is that like when people say The Batman instead of just Batman? The Basketball? That's what came to my mind. Are you talking about the NBA Finals? I did not watch that. Is that real hair? Of course not, Nate. You've been here long enough to know that I only wear a wig. People have been catching on, so I had to put this ball cap on. But dude, I'm give me like 30 seconds here of just sitting in silence, and I'm gonna come up with something. Because I know I had more that I wanted to ramble about before I started this stream. I gotta refresh here. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what I want to talk about here. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I really think this is true from what I've seen. A lot of the reasons, a big reason that people like to get in relationships with other people is a reason I don't think anybody ever talks about. I've never heard anybody talk about. I think the one reason is because, especially nowadays, I think maybe one of the reasons people don't talk about this is because this didn't used to be a reason. All right. Getting into a relationship, I think, is the easiest way for a lot of people to force themselves to come back to reality, to live in the present moment. A lot of people, when they're single, what do? You don't focus on other people. That's not what you do. Unless you're that type of person. But there aren't many types of those people. But there are some people who just only focus on other people, like, about all the time. Very rare, but they do exist. But I was going to say is a lot of people, especially when you're single, what do? You usually just spend, like, when you're in your free time, what do? A lot of time nowadays you just spend it on the internet. You spend it all day consuming entertainment internet, movie, TV, whatever, and it takes you out of reality and it desensitizes you. And I think a lot of people really struggle on their own. A lot of people, they literally, it's really tough to force yourself to just try and live in the present moment when you've got no distractions around you in the form of other people. If you just like sit in a room by yourself, and you have your phone as an option, are you actually going to focus on the room you're in and just absolutely nothing happening in the room? Or are you going to just turn your phone on and scroll through a million different things? What are you going to choose? You know what you're going to choose. But I feel like nowadays, especially, people get in relationships because it's the easiest way to get them to come back to like not being desensitized 24/7. It helps them focus on somebody other than just themselves, and it allows them to enjoy the present moment more. If people could just easily enjoy the present moment by themselves without any distractions in the form of other people, without anything around them, and they could just be in a room by themselves and just be like fine with it and not just freak out and be like, "Oh, I need to be doing something. I need to be watching something. I can't just sit here and do nothing, you know. I can't just like live in the present moment." If people could actually be by themselves and not have to be around other people to live in the present moment and force themselves to live in the present moment, it'd be, I think that's a reason people get in relationships. It's one of the easiest ways to get yourself back into living in the present moment. And probably some of you are just thinking, "Oh, that's dumb. Living in the present moment is overrated. I'd rather just sit on my phone all day." At some point, if you spend too much time on the internet, you will be desensitized. And I noticed this. Bear with me here, but I noticed that like these things on the internet, they don't really mean much to you if you don't spend any time in reality. Literally. If you don't spend any time, just like, you don't even have to be around other people, but just not on your phone, not on bunch of, whatever, consuming entertainment, whatever. If you just like, just actually try and live in the present moment, you're going to find out how hard it is real quick. I literally, and I'm telling you this from my experience at least, um, I literally have been recently like trying to take more time off my phone and actually try and just, I don't have to necessarily be around other people, but just trying to live in the present moment. Because if you're just all the time on your phone or whatever, it just doesn't mean anything to you. And it also, uh, because you have no connection to reality. So if you see something crazy happen on the internet, but that's all you ever consume is a bunch of crazy stuff happening on the internet that's not normal in real life. If that's all you consume, then you're going to think, then that's going to become what's normal to you, and then it doesn't hold much appeal anymore. And then you go back to real life, and it's like, man, this is just boring as all get out. There's literally, it's, I mean, to be honest with you, I find real life very boring. But I'm trying to bring myself back out to get to not be as desensitized, because if you're too desensitized, it's really hard to enjoy anything. Um, it's almost like you just have to be on the internet because that's what you're connected to. I've kind of noticed this, but it seems to me like your brain or whatever can only be connected to either real life or internet. It can't be connected to both at the same time. It's either invested in one or the other, never both at the same time. Um, it seems to only it seems to only be able to put one over the other and not have them share together. I'm trying to figure out the best way of saying this so people can understand. But it usually puts, it gives one priority over the other. So if you're more invested in the internet, if that's what your brain is invested in, and you try and go back to real life, you won't like it. And it can be the other way around too. Whatever you're trained to be enjoying, internet or real life, it's going to be hard to switch to the other one. It's going to take some time at least, usually. Unless you're really good at balancing both. Which most people are not. They usually go too far into usually desensitizing themselves on the internet. And I'm talking to myself partially right now. I'm not going to talk, I don't think I want to talk anymore about the desensitizing thing, because I talked about that a decent amount in the last 2 live streams, but that's why I noticed. It's kind of strange, because, I don't know, it's like, people just are like, they act like it's normal to just be, like, on the internet all day, or, you know, whatever. It's like, you know, your brain's really not designed to be able to handle hyper entertainment 24/7. If you have too much of it, that's what you become accustomed to. And it basically it raises your standard of tolerance. It raises your standard of tolerance too high if you get too much of it, and then you come back to real life and you just hate it. You can't stand it because it doesn't reach that tolerance level. At least that's why I noticed. It's pretty strange. Anyway, I'm gonna read the chat here. Played with your nephew with Super Smash Bros. 64. Yeah, you keep telling me you want me to play Smash 64. Is that your favorite Smash Bros. Game? Look like Ben Shapiro. There it is. I'm honestly kind of surprised we haven't, as far as I know, I haven't had any AJ Soprano or Nick Fuentes comparisons. I was gonna read the live chat, but it's just pretty much Max spamming, so nothing new. Dude, the guy asking if everybody can see his messages is wild. He was like, if people, I assume if anybody asks in the live chat, can you guys see my messages? It's basically like checking to see whether I banned you from the live chat or not. It's, if you're concerned about getting banned from the live chat, there's probably a reason for that. Yes, Nate, I know you love my teeth. It's a high topic of conversation in these live streams. Yeah, Smash 64 is the only Smash Bros. Game I never played. I don't know if you guys can hear my fan running in the background. It's a bit hot in here, so I gotta get the fan going. We can't afford to put the AC on. Raises that bill too high. No. I like fans, though. Hey, I don't know. I don't understand. Is there actually, just out of curiosity, just a random thing that came to my mind, is there anybody watching this live stream who actually can fall asleep when they're hot? Like, because I can't. I have a fan next to my bed, and I run it, like, every night. If it's not cold, I can't sleep. I'm so used to sleeping only with a blanket on that even if it's, like, generally hot in the room or whatever, I can't sleep without feeling a blanket on me. But I can't sleep if it's too hot. So I have to run a fan. It's wild stuff. Too warm, had to get back up, yeah. Yeah, if it's too hot, I can't sleep. It's gotta be cold. Insanity actually knows where I live at least the state. Yeah, I love his southern accent. All right, Nate. We know you're just trolling me right now. There's a lot of things I want to ramble about. You know what's annoying, though? Is I've noticed in these live streams that, I'm just talking the whole time. And I feel the need I have to talk the whole time. And then I'm putting so much energy and thought in the fact that my mouth needs to keep running. And then I don't put as much energy into trying to actually think of things. So it does suffer a bit because if I'm just by myself, I can just put like all my energy into thinking. And that's easier for me to come up with these things I find to be, whatever they are, just for some reason important to me, even though they're annoying. Have a great night. Hey, keep one eye open. We live in the same state. I've still never met anybody. I'm still waiting for the day where I actually meet somebody in real life and they're like, hey, I've seen your YouTube channel. That'd be pretty wild stuff. I feel like even if you met somebody in real life and they have seen your YouTube channel, they might not be willing to just walk up to you because at the end of the day, you're still a random stranger. So it still might not be willing to say it. But I mean, it's interesting. I noticed this. I mean, it's interesting to me, but a lot of weird things are interesting to me. I found that I remember I was listening to a YouTuber or something. They had like a couple hundred subscribers, and their one video they were talking about how they're expecting at some point somebody to just be like, hey, I've seen your channel before, but honestly, just because you have a couple hundred subscribers or something really doesn't mean diddly squat. There's 8 billion people in the world, and you're on YouTube, a worldwide platform. A lot of these people you'll probably never see in real life. Even if you had like 10,000 subs, you might still never meet any of these people in real life. Even if you did, there's a question of whether they recognize you or if they even be willing to come up to you. So I just found that interesting. A lot of times I just like listening to people talking, which is kind of weird because I always talk about how I dislike other humans, but I like to listen to other humans on YouTube sometimes when they're just talking about their perspective on life so I can just understand better other people's perspective and then a lot of times I notice this a lot of times. I don't know if this is just part of me being a thinker over a feeler for my personality, but when I watch something or I listen to someone talking, I always think about the logic behind what they're talking about and whether I agree with that logic or not. Like, same thing if I'm like say I'm watching a baseball game on TV and I'm listening to the announcers talking. I'll be more focused on what the announcers are saying and whether I think it's logical or not than like actually enjoying the game. And that's kind of just the way my mind works. I focus on these things that most people Like it doesn't matter to them. They just listen to it and they take it at face value and they don't think in depth about. That's a lot of times in my live streams. While the reason I'll say something and then I'll always like put an asterisk before I say something. It's like, oh, this only applies to this or this. Like I try to explain myself before I just say something because that's the way I would like it if I were watching the stream. Because I would want to know what the line of reasoning or logic is behind what the person's saying, not necessarily just enjoying what they're saying for what it is. Why are you still questioning my hair, Nate? Who you talking about makes money on exploiting people's isolation and loneliness? I'm trying to catch up here with what you guys are talking about. YouTubers and streamers monetize through parasocial viewers. Yeah, it is a real thing. Um, People are more disconnected than ever these days, and I know that's a stupid statement that everybody and their mother has said about 100 times, and it gets really annoying to hear it over and over again, but it's true. Um, because when you're talking to somebody on the internet, you don't know what their thought processes are. You don't know enough about them to understand what they're saying. So it's like somebody comments on one of my videos, and it might sound like a nice comment, but I'm like, are they actually being nice? Are they being sarcastic? Does this have a double meaning behind it? I usually don't really think about it too much because I try just to take the comments at face value. Um, but that's the thing. When you don't really fully understand, at least somewhat understand the way another person thinks, the way they act, their behavior, um, just seeing somebody typing words on the internet or saying something on the internet isn't very helpful. You don't know where they're coming from. Um, it's basically like being given something without any context. It's just like saying something random out of nowhere and saying nothing else and expecting the people to understand that. Whoops. But yes, there are people on the internet who don't really have any relationships with other people. They don't have people in their own lives to have relationships and stuff, and then they watch other YouTubers and then they think they connect to that YouTuber when in reality that YouTuber doesn't even know who the heck they are. Like, I appreciate you guys watching my live stream, but I don't know who the heck any of you guys are. I might know your account name, but that's it. So it is a weird thing on YouTube because the viewer always feels more connected to the actual YouTuber than the actual YouTuber does to the viewer. Because the actual YouTuber, they're just pumping out videos. They're just putting, videos, live streams, shorts, whatever. They just put this stuff on the internet, and then random people get to see what they're putting out. And then those random people feel more connected to that person, feel like they understand that person, because they're getting more from that person and they're not giving anything back. That's why it doesn't work. You can't really form relationships on the internet with YouTubers because it's one-sided. You may think you know everything about the person on the internet, but like a lot of people on YouTube, other platforms, they only present a certain side of themselves. I like to, I'm trying to get better with this to where on my YouTube live streams, these type of live streams, where I just talk the whole time, I just want to do whatever comes naturally to me in whatever the moment is. And not have to like pre-plan beforehand and be like, oh, I need to act a certain way during this live stream. Oh, I need to be funny. Oh, I need to be serious in this one. Oh, I need, I'm not gonna just typecast myself into being a certain way. I'm just gonna do whatever feels natural. And most people on YouTube don't do that because it's not easily marketable. It's easily marketable to be one way all the time. So your viewer essentially knows that the product they're getting back is always going to be the same. So whatever they subscribe to the channel for, that's what they're going to get. They don't have to worry about getting a bunch of unrelated stuff that they don't care about. Unfortunately, I don't do that with my channel. I have the Smash Bros side of my channel and then this side where I just talk about whatever I want. That's not as good of a strategy. I know it's not as good, but I literally don't care because this is what I'd rather be doing. And a lot of people on YouTube, they might be successful, but they're secretly miserable because they just have to be a certain way all the time. And it's probably very annoying to have to make a video like every week and having to pretend to be the same way all the time because humans are not the same way all the time. It's really stupid because I feel like this is another thing that movies and TV have disillusioned people into thinking subconsciously that people are the same way all the time, that they never act differently, they never change their behavior. They're just same way all the time. Maybe they're funny and that's just the way they are all the time. Because in movies, you'll have like a funny character, the hero, or, it's just typecasted. And then the person has to be a certain way the whole movie. That's why sometimes some movies that do the best are just the movies that are the most relatable to humans. And it's not relatable to humans to only be one way every time. The only reason people can somewhat probably relate to that is because, like, a lot of times with jobs, with whatever your job is, you probably have to act the same way all the time. Really depends on what your job is, though. A lot of people have to do that type of thing. You have to pretend like you love your boss when you don't care. That type of thing. YouTubers can fall in that trap too because they feel like, my viewer expects me to be a certain way every time I make a video. So if I deviate from that and I do something unexpected, they're not gonna like that because they only subscribe for one reason. It's unfortunate. I wish more YouTubers would just show all sides of themselves, and unfortunately, I don't like it when I don't like the fact that most of the things people show on the internet is just their best selves, just like, oh, this is, I'm just this amazing, strong human who never makes any mistakes ever, and that's what I portray on the internet. Um, because that's not very relatable. And a lot of people don't care because they're just on the internet for hyper entertainment, dopamine hits, not necessarily relating to another human. But it's kind of annoying. Um, because it's just not real. All humans have weaknesses. All humans have flaws. I know the way society's shaped is to where uh, I won't go too far into this because I talk about this a lot, but the way society is literally shaped is so that humans perform at their top level with their jobs or whatever, and they always have to be at their top level. You can't make mistakes. You're taught not to make mistakes. You're taught to always do things the right way, this and that. But you want to know something pretty amazing? Is you actually learn the most from your mistakes. Wow, mind blowing. And here's another amazing fact: is if you eliminate a part of your humanity, like your weaknesses, your flaws, if you eliminate a part of your humanity and you only act a certain way all the time, I wonder if that's gonna be too good for your mental health. Probably not. uh, it's it's good to naturally just be. Um, it's not a bad thing to have weaknesses. It's not a bad thing to make mistakes. Um, you'll learn the most from it. I made a lot of mistakes with my YouTube channel, but now I'll never make those mistakes again, and I know firsthand. There are things in life that you might just want to avoid and you don't want to have to make the mistake with, because the mistake can be devastating. Um, but, certain things, it's just, I don't know, it's just everybody's programmed to have to be at their top performance, and you gotta get everything done like this quicker, 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 and that just doesn't help people actually enjoy their lives and to just take things as they come. It's like, oh, I gotta do this and this and this, and it's not helpful for living in the present moment. It's only helpful to turn you into a machine and not a human. Which, I mean, if you guys have watched enough YouTube, you know most people are machines. I mean, a lot of successful YouTubers, you watch their video, it's literally a machine. Like, you don't even know where their humanity is at. You listen to people on the internet, podcasts, like, where is your humanity at? It's like, I don't see humans. I see machines spitting out fact after fact mindlessly without any connection to what they're saying, without any experience. Just bam, bam, bam. Here's these random facts, and move on to the next thing quickly, quickly, because we can't let our audience get bored, because that would just be ridiculous. Being bored is definitely not a part of life. We gotta eliminate that. It's funny though. I think that might be something humans dislike more. I know I'm rambling a lot. I will read the live chat, but it is interesting though how humans are kind of taught that boredom is just being bored is like something that a lot of humans, especially nowadays, it's what they're almost most afraid of, is being bored, like just doing nothing. But being bored actually replenishes, uh, gives you time to replenish your dopamine. You can't enjoy everything in life and just bam, bam, next thing, party today, party tomorrow, over and over again. If you get, it's basically the saying, if you get too much of a good thing, it loses its value. It's, it's a real thing because unfortunately, I honestly wish that um, humans were designed to just, have hyper entertainment 24/7 and they never get tired of it. But that's just not the case, and you need bored parts in your life to be able to enjoy the good stuff like at all. Because if you're only doing the good stuff, whatever the things you enjoy or whatever, you never have time to just be bored. You're not gonna be enjoying those things as much as you otherwise could. And I don't know, at this point, I don't know if many people care, but I feel like a lot of people are gonna reach a point where they can't do it anymore, where they're like, man, this is just like too much, and their brains are just fried, and they can't think of one logical thought, like they can't think of anything. Because if you just consume entertainment 24/7, don't take any time to think yourself, like, you're not gonna know how to. You're not gonna know how. I guess it's maybe just, you could say it's just a part of society's attempt to brainwash people. This hyper entertainment thing's great because it makes people dumber. Because they're just so used to consuming things and not actually creating things themselves. Um, I don't know. I don't have an answer on that, but it does look a bit suspicious, doesn't it? Anyway. I'm sorry, I fell way behind the chat. Austin Powers is back. Yeah, baby. uh, that's fine. You're only alive just to tick off everyone who doesn't like you. I mean, honestly, Brian, that's a good reason as anybody has to live. I mean, seriously. I I find it really stupid when people try and act like, oh, I've got way more reason to live than these other people or whatnot. It's like, dude, who cares what your reason to live is? You're gonna be in the grave eventually. We're all gonna end up. We're all gonna be dead eventually. So whatever your reason to live is, I mean, good for you, but I don't know why you would pretend that's somehow better than everybody else. Know what I'm saying? It's kind of dumb. It's really dumb, actually. That's why I don't know. To me, I find a lot of times humans are just trying to be cool, and just like, oh, I'm being cool, and I'm, you know, everything I do is just so amazing, and it's just like, dude, it's just dumb. It's just dumb. I don't care. Nobody cares. It's like, I don't know. Some of these things, people can do a good job of tricking other people into thinking a lot of these superficial things matter. The world does a great job of that. That's how they motivate people a lot of times to keep working, keep grinding, trying to convince you that, one day you'll be there when you probably never will be, because you don't even know where there is. And plus, it's so stupid because the whole life people are like, oh, if I just make this much money, if I just do this, I'll reach a point where everything will just be right and I'll just be satisfied and my life will be perfect. It's like, no. You know what happens when people get, even if you reach that point where you're like, man, I could do nothing the rest of my life and I'd just be fine. My only job right now is to enjoy life. You know what? You know what they can't do? They can't enjoy life because their whole life they've been spending thinking about, oh, if I just do this, if I just do this, I'll reach the pinnacle of my life. My life will be perfect. But when you actually get there, your whole life, that's not the way you've been living. So you literally don't know how to do it. That's what a lot of people find. And then they get overly frustrated. They feel like they just got scammed or whatnot. Um, it's kind of ridiculous. But honestly, if humans would just think for themselves and just like filter out all the hogwash that gets fed to them, I mean, you just be laughing at this stuff because it's just so dumb. It's so dumb. I understand it is easy for people to get brainwashed into this. I understand. I believed a lot of these things when I was younger, and I thought a lot of these things were like they mattered and stuff. But dude, I mean, if you're not enjoying your life right now, why do you think it's gonna be any different in the future? Do you really think it's gonna be any different? If you don't know how to enjoy life right now, you're not going to. You'll never know how. And that's not popular to say because the reason people don't tell you that, the reason they don't tell you that is because they can't take advantage of you if they tell you, oh, if you're not enjoying your life right now, you never will. No, they'll tell you, oh, if you just do this, if you just do that, you'll reach the point of your life being perfect and everything will be great. It's like, no, they only tell you that so you keep going and you keep working for them. That's it. It's it's honestly not that mind blowing. It's pretty obvious when you think about it. Uh, I mean, enjoying you. It's pretty hilarious though how hard it can be to just be like, I just gonna enjoy life because so many times you're just like dreading certain things in the future or thinking about how good certain things might have been in the past, having nostalgia for the past, but you're not focusing on the present. Um, it's it is hard to actually enjoy life. It is. But I wouldn't. And it's just easiest for people to be like, oh, well, I guess I can't enjoy my life right now. Maybe sometime in the future I'll have everything figured out. It's like, that day's never coming, bro. That day's never coming. It's just, you gotta make your own reality. You gotta do this yourself. Nobody's gonna save you. Um, just think for yourself. Dude, I'm almost getting emotional. This is rare for me. I don't usually exhibit many emotions, but this is really tugging at the heartstrings. No. Oh, that was cringy. But a lot of things I say are cringy, but that's kind of why I don't like human behavior, because it's cringy. uh, and one thing that really annoys me that I see all the time is people whose lives are miserable, and then the only way they make their lives better is making the other people around them miserable as well. I can't stand those people. I guess you could say maybe cuz I've said, like, I complain a lot in my live stream. I'm a very negative person. I'm not a very positive person, but I don't I'm I don't want to force people into thinking, like, having to be that way themselves. Like, just do what you do, you know. Too many people that just, it's misery loves company. If you ever heard that saying, it's very true. Um, it basically, if I'm going down, you're going down with me. Because people hate being by themselves. They hate it. I'm an introvert. It comes pretty naturally to me. Even me though, I do need to be around other people every now and again, or like if I'm just left to my own devices for too long, it can probably take a toll on me. So I do need to get around other people, other perspectives, other views of life every now and again, just to remember, hey, there are other things that exist other than my own thoughts, because that's like 90%, 99% of what I focus on is just my own thoughts usually. um, I I feel like I've gotten good at disregarding a lot of the outside crap. Um, but there's always work to be done. Uh, I was gonna say something I forgot. I want to read the live chat though. Yeah, misery loves company. Yeah, life is like you try so hard, get so far in the end, then it doesn't even matter. Yeah, you know what you have to do, and I've realized that you have to make your life matter to yourself. That's what you have to do. People be like, oh, it's selfish to be like, oh, making your life matter to yourself. But dude, it makes the most sense. You understand, you probably, this doesn't go for everyone, because I do know a lot of people who don't understand themselves at all. It's like I say something to them about themselves and they just get their mind blown. Like I just said something unbelievable. Like I just, like, discovered the Dead Sea Scrolls or something. It's like, no. I just pulled out the Holy Grail. It's like, no, this is very obvious. You should know this about yourself. How do you not know this? Um, there are a lot of people who don't understand themselves very well, but you should. You should understand yourself better than any other human on the earth. And if you don't, you have some work to do. um, because you have to make your life worth it for yourself. Because other people, quite frankly, a lot of them just don't give a crap. And um, living for other people is very draining. You know, if you're a person who only lives because of other people, your energy is gonna get absolutely hosed. Like, you're not gonna have any energy at all if you're just running around doing what everybody wants you to do, and you're just gonna get taken advantage of like that. If you can make your life worth it just for yourself, nobody else, that's all that matters. And everything on top of that is just an added bonus. And, you know, most people's lives, to be quite honest with you, are just, they're gonna be boring. I mean, my life is very boring. And I mean, I don't find my life that interesting. Honestly, though, I could probably be doing about anything. I still wouldn't find my life to be very interesting because I don't find life interesting, period. The things life have to offer do not interest me that much. They're just, it's just like, yeah, that's a thing. Does it really matter? Not to me! That was a weird voice. Um, I mean, obviously I do enjoy certain things in life, but it's not like to a point like, oh, if I don't get this or I don't do this, like, I'll just, it's just never like, my life's never gonna be complete. I'll never, it's just never gonna be right. It's not like that. I literally have, if I just did nothing the rest of my life, nothing, I literally would not, like, if I just stayed at my house or whatever, kept pumping out videos on YouTube, whatever, doing what my hobbies, whatever I do, that would be fine with me. I don't need to have any major life experiences like, oh, we gotta travel the world or whatever before I die. It's like the world and what life has to offer is just not very interesting. Period. The end. Can life offer you peace? Not in my opinion. And I would value that more than pretty much anything else. You kind of, a lot of people don't seem to understand this, but a lot of things in life you just have to create for yourself. You're not gonna be handed anything most likely. You gotta just kind of create your own. You gotta almost create your own little world and just operate out of that. I'm not saying totally disregard other humans and be like, oh, you don't matter. I don't care. Uh, uh, but if you don't make your life worth it for yourself, nobody else is going to do that for you. Period. The end. That's all I can say. I'm going to read the live chat. I do feel like a lot of people, though, do think that way. They're like, oh, if I'm not validated by other humans, my life has no meaning. No. Other humans are crazy. They're crazy. Other humans are crazy. I mean, I understand other humans, like, how can you take things that other humans do so seriously? Because humans, they just act out of habit and whatever they've been programmed to do half the time. That's the majority of humans nowadays. They only say things that they've been programmed to say. They only do things they've been programmed to do. They don't even think for themselves. So if they say anything against you, it's probably not even their opinion. It's just like something they were told, like, oh, it's boring to just do that or this or that. And like, have you even thought about that for yourself, or are you just programmed to think that way? It's like, you can't even take a lot of the things other people say seriously when you understand how robotic and machine-like they are. It's like they have no mind of their own. They do, but it's just buried under 100 other things, and you never get to it. uh, uh, Screaming and crying is what humans do best. That is what they did when they were born. Yeah. Um, I don't know. I think a lot of the reason people don't understand that they just have to kind of make their life worthwhile for themselves is because you grow up in a family surrounded by other people, and they have expectations for you. Most likely your parents do, and all these things, and then you're programmed to think that if you're not validated by other humans, your life is somehow like not worthwhile. It's like it's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. Um, to be honest with you, I would love to be around humans way more if I actually felt like I was around the person I was with. And the way I would explain that is I'll be around somebody and it's like I'm not actually talking to that person. I'm talking to a TV show they watch. I'm talking to a radio program they listen to. I'm talking to words out of a book they read one time. It's like, have you ever formed your own thoughts on literally anything ever your whole life? I do you A lot of people who have identity crisis and don't even know who they are people who just it's like, yeah, if you spend your whole life just getting brainwashed by millions of different things, you're not going to know who you are because you're nobody. Is basically being a product of millions of different things that aren't you. And I'm not saying you can't enjoy things and can't let anything ever influence you, but if you never form your own thoughts on things, it's just you're not talking to another human when you talk to these people. It's just, I mean, you might as well just talk to a brick wall, is what it feels like. I know I'm being very harsh, but that's literally what it feels like. It's like I can't, it's not rewarding to me. It's not satisfying in any way, shape, or form to talk to somebody who you can just tell everything they say is just from a random source, not from their own head. It's just, I can't stand that. I'm not going to do anything ridiculous or like put that person down, but I'm probably not going to spend hardly any time with them. Um, it's just really annoying. And I'd rather be by myself. A lot of people don't understand that when you're like, oh, I'd rather be by myself than around other people. But to be around other people for me, a lot of times is more lonelier than being by myself. Being by myself, I feel like I can just do whatever the heck I want. And it just, everything I do is what comes naturally to me. And that's what I like to do. I don't want to be around a bunch of other humans who have all these retarded expectations and just like, well, do this, do that. Or if you do something out of the ordinary, we're all going to lose our minds. It's like, why would I want to deal with that? Why? Why would anybody want to deal with that? And then half these people, the things they say aren't even from them. It's not even their own ideas. So what's the point? Is there any point? I think so many people are just delusioned into thinking, hey, as long as I'm just talking, like a lot of people who just take everything at face value and just like everything is surface level. They just talk to other humans and then like that impacts them in a good way because they actually take the other person seriously. But if you can see that these other people are not even giving their own thoughts, how can you take them seriously? How can you enjoy their company? It's impossible. Anyway, I'm gonna read the live chat. That was a long rambling now. That was a good 40 minutes. Talking about acting like an NPC. Honestly, it's not surprising. If people act like an NPC, I mean, that's literally the way the world is shaped to be. That's the way humans are shaped to be nowadays. You're not meant to be a human with like variety of thought and different perspectives on things. You just have to be one certain way, and it can't be anything else. You have to be operating at peak performance at all times. Guys talking about reincarnation. We're all man child. Man child. Yeah, we don't grow our own food, yeah. At least most of us. Um Yeah, I don't know. There is something to being able to provide for yourself and just um do things for yourself can be very very freeing. Um like literally anything. Doing it for yourself. Not having to rely on other people's help is very enjoyable. Unfortunately, there are certain things in life you will have to rely on other people for because you probably don't have time to learn literally everything. You probably don't have enough time every day to figure out literally everything to be totally independent. I mean, technically, there is no such thing as being totally independent because you're still relying upon food and water. Uh, you can't just live without that. Unless you're an NPC. uh, I don't know. If you guys didn't know, I'm only 20 years old. I'm not super old, but I feel like a lot of people my age um, are really they're like done before they even get a chance because like they're so far gone, and then they go to college for how many years getting a degree that literally means nothing, and then they're in debt for the rest of their lives. It's like it's just that it makes sense because it's easy to get these people when they're young and they haven't learned or whatever. So um, yeah, I mean the best advice I can have for literally anybody is just you gotta understand yourself better, and you can't. I don't understand why people think they can just fix these problems in their lives when they don't even understand themselves. Like, you gotta start with yourself, and you gotta be, you gotta literally force yourself to try and ditch pretty much everything. I sound like I'm a monk or something. Like, you just need to go in solitude for 5 to 10 years, and then you'll have all the answers to life. Um, Honestly, it actually does help. People be like, "Oh, if you're in solitude, you have no connection with the outside world. How are you gonna learn anything?" But solitude can actually help a good bit because it helps you understand yourself better and what actually matters to you, and not the things that you're told is supposed to matter to you. And brain not functioning. uh, and you can, I don't know, it really gives you a better grip on reality, honestly, than being shoved all this propaganda and junk. Um, if you're just getting a bunch of crap shoved in your ears every day, this and that, it's like, these people are pushing these things because they want you, because this is what they want you to think about. And they usually want you to think about these things, like on the news or whatever, to get your mind off the things that actually matter. Or, it clogs up space in your brain so you can't learn things that might actually help. Uh, I view the education system a lot like that. Um, you just you get a bunch of useless facts shoved in your brain, and then if you're actually one of the kids who took it seriously and actually and actually filled your mind up with all those useless facts, what are you gonna have left? How much of your brain is left to actually learn things that'll help you in life? Not much. um, there are things in school you learn that are helpful, but majority of it, no, it's not helpful. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. It's not a bad thing to train yourself to think about things, but to be honest with you, this is a problem I find with any time that somebody is offering coaching or teaching or whatever. Sometimes it just doesn't matter how much a person will say words to you, will say things to you, will talk to you about certain things, will try and help you understand certain things. It just will never penetrate unless you learn certain things for yourself. Literally. You can't just be like, oh, if I just get therapy, all my life problems will be solved. Oh, if I just get coaching or I just get this, I'll be a way better human. It's like, if you can't help yourself out, why do you think some random stranger is going to be able to help you out if you can't even help yourself? It's not going to happen. It's so stupid how the world dresses these things up, disguises these things as all these people are professionals. They obviously can help you. Like this is their life. This is what their life is dedicated to. They obviously can help you. It's like if you can't help yourself, I don't know how much help you can receive from others. If you can't do your own self-reflection, stuff like that. Um, can't coach anyone to be a winner. Exactly right, Brian. Um, there are things in life that you just simply cannot truly understand unless you just learn it for yourself. You can't just have say, "Oh, I went to school for 13 years. Oh, I went to college for 4 years, and now I'm just perfectly equipped for everything in life." No. It sounds nice. It sounds nice to say that, but it's not how it works. Um, but yeah, a lot of this crap is literally just to take advantage of people. Literally. It's so the people on top can stay on top. It's basically, let's make life as confusing as possible to all these people beneath us. And then it's just so confusing they'll never be able to focus on what really matters, is essentially what it is. It's just all, it's just hogwash. Absolute hogwash. If by some mistake you had to raise a kid, that would be some mistake insanity. What do you mean by some mistake? If you have a kid, I hope it would be a conscious choice. uh, is the microphone audio still sound good? No popping noises or anything? I'm gonna plug in my charger here, and hopefully it doesn't mess anything up. So give me a second here. All right. Does the audio sound all right? I had some problems with the audio in the last few live streams. Hopefully everything's okay. Look good in a suit. Dude, if you have to have a suit to look good, then you probably just don't look good. I never understood the thing where I don't understand why people are like, oh, they only look good if they're wearing a suit or if they're in a military uniform. It's like, so they just don't look good. Is that what you're saying? Because if you need to wear a certain type of clothing to look good, maybe you just don't look good. Maybe it's just the clothing that looks good. That's what I think. Anyway. Which one do I prefer, Star Trek or Star Wars? Well, I guess I'd have to say Star Wars because I've never watched Star Trek. Peace isn't everything. It's the only thing. You like that insanity? No, peace is everything. Honestly, peace is an amazing thing. The problem is, it doesn't exist on Earth. That's the only problem. People are trying to act like peace exists. It's like, I'm a 40-year-old man. I live by myself out in the log cabin in the woods. And every day is peaceful. I hear the birds chirping. It's like, dude, you don't know what peace is. Nobody on this earth knows what peace is. You literally can never be at peace in this human body. You literally can't. You think about it, your body and your brain never shuts up. It never shuts up. It's always going, always causing different dilemmas. It's always bringing up new things to your attention. As long as you have a body and a brain, you'll never be at peace. Period. You won't. Straight bill hat makes you nervous. Oh my. I always prefer having flat bill hats. Sorry if it makes you nervous. Can't help it. Dude, I really want to do a sarcastic live stream soon, but I'm gonna have to be in the right mood because if I force it, it's just not good, so. I do want to get back to some sarcasm and some dark humor. That's honestly my favorite type of live streams, but I also enjoy doing these rambling live streams where I'm actually being serious. Best of both worlds. You guys still have not told me whether the microphone audio sounds good or not. Unless I missed it. No popping noises or anything, right? There's no weird crackling noise that the mic's making. Yeah, we know where people find their rest in peace in the afterlife. I'm guessing, Brian, you probably don't believe in the afterlife. I personally believe in the afterlife because I don't think... Because it doesn't make sense to me that... It doesn't make sense to me that people can imagine, that I can imagine something better than this earth has to offer. Like, how can I imagine peace, being in total tranquility, not in... My version of peace is when you don't feel like you need to do anything. You don't feel like you have to do anything. You don't have to literally do anything. You don't need anything. You don't need to do anything. You can literally just be at peace. Nothing. It just... It's hard to explain because you'll never experience it as a human. It was weird for like 5 seconds 30 minutes ago, but it's okay now. Alright. I'll take your word, Insanity, that the mic quality's alright. I have had like a couple moments in my life where I'm like so totally exhausted that I have no other choice but to be at peace because my mind and my body are so exhausted that they literally will that they don't bother me anymore. I used to work at a sawmill, a very physically demanding job, and I would be so exhausted sometimes that I did have times, moments, very rare, but occasionally I was so exhausted from my body and my mind that I would literally just sit there, and it was the closest I've ever felt to being at peace because I didn't feel like I needed anything. I just it's weird. Like I didn't even feel like I needed to go to sleep. I don't know how to explain it because if I tell you I'm exhausted, you wouldn't think that would be peaceful. You'd be like, "Oh, you need to get to sleep. That's what you need. That's what would take your attention." But it's really weird. I don't know. I also kind of got close to experiencing it when I stayed up too long. If you ever stay up too long, you notice how your 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 brain function slows down. You're not thinking very clearly. You might not be thinking at all. You feel very drowsy. Sometimes it feels like you got run over by a train or something because it doesn't feel natural at all. Um, but I remember staying up too long. I literally just went out front of the house, just sat out there, and I just like stared off into the abyss. And like my vision was blurry, but I didn't care. I was just like sitting there, not feeling like I needed to do literally anything. That's one of the closest times I've ever come to saying I've been at peace, is when I surpass the amount of hours that you're supposed to be awake as a human. uh, ah, it's weird. This is what really annoys me is because I try to explain these things to you guys, but if you've never experienced for yourself, you'll just not understand because words just don't do it justice. Um, But I do believe in the afterlife because I believe peace is a real thing. And I know that nobody has ever experienced true peace on this earth. Because it's not. If you're in a human body and you have a human mind, you're never going to be at peace. Period. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you. I know I've only been alive for 20 years and I still probably have more than that to live, but I'd venture to guess I'm probably never gonna experience peace. Maybe while I'm in the process of dying, maybe that would be enough to shut the body and brain off. Because I have heard that the dying process can be somewhat peaceful if it's not like induced by a heart attack or something, something painful. Um, Because your body's just like shutting down. It's like, yeah, we've been doing this too long, man. We need a break. We need a long break, like forever. It is kind of crazy how much humans go through on a daily basis, and you just don't even think about how many decisions a human makes just for one day. How many decisions, how many things they think of consciously and subconsciously. It's pretty unbelievable. Um, and It's not surprising that people crave peace because to be constantly in that hyperactivity is just very draining. Being a monk sounds cool, yeah. I could probably pull it off. Um, I think I could. It'd be very tough, though. I don't know. I do still, unfortunately, feel the need to be around other people a little bit every now and again. Um, Because I told you, my thought pattern can be very destructive. So if I'm left to my own devices, the outcome can be treacherous. If you guys watch my live streams from like 3, 4 months ago, you know what I'm talking about. You don't need any explanation. That was basically the way I was thinking when I got left to my own devices too much. It was a little bit overboard. No peace for the wicked. That's right, Scott. Unfortunately, though, the more you understand humans, though, the harder it is to label people as being wicked. I do think there are truly wicked people in the world, but humans are just so complicated and they make a lot of decisions on so many different factors. I don't want to make excuses for people who do horrible things. But you know, it's basically a lot of the reason movies don't like if there's I don't know why I keep drawing the reason I keep doing comparisons to movies is because I think it's probably easy for people to understand. But it's kind of like why in a lot of movies they don't ever show the villain, everything the villain of the movie has been through in their lives and stuff, is because they don't want you to feel sympathetic for the villain. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to root against the villain. That's the whole point of the movie usually. But a lot of people, they have their reasons, and a lot of people, unfortunately, have a really tough road from the very beginning of their life. I may not have the best life in the world, but I am thankful that, wasn't born into like a terrible situation or something, because some people they really get it bad right from the get-go. And it's really tough for those people. Are you guys arguing in the chat? There are good people, yes, Scott. Here's what I would classify. To be honest with you, I think there are, contrary to what people believe, I think there are very few good people, at least nowadays. There's very few good people and very few bad people. Most people are just program robots who just do everything out of habit and don't think for themselves. So I can't even classify them as being good or bad because they're not even human at this point. That sounds so dumb, but honestly, most people are normally like, okay, there's either a lot of good people or a lot of bad people, or it's kind of split in half. No, there's a little bit of good people and a little bit of bad people, and then there are people who aren't even people. They're robots. At least nowadays, it's just, the programming is just unreal. It's just crazy. We're all in the Matrix, folks. We gotta break the algorithm with the NPCs. Yeah, that's right, Austin Powers. I'm about gonna guarantee that I'm one of the few people on YouTube live stream right now who's actually like just giving their own thoughts on things. I would venture to say the majority of other people are either like doing something that would be entertaining, like, I don't know, just random stuff that they would think people would find interesting, or they're just talking like an NPC. They're just like spitting out facts a million mile an hour and not even like, it's not even their own thoughts, and you can clearly tell it's not. I hate that all the time. This is a big reason I hate human behavior so much, is because like you talk to people nowadays and it's like, man, there's no point to talk to you. There's literally none. It sounds really rude, but a lot of people are just, man, I'd rather talk to a brick wall. There's no point to talk to them. literally no thoughts in their head that, like, that are actually their own. And then the things they actually do think, they might be too afraid to actually say. Like, I mean, especially nowadays, especially on the internet, I don't want, like, I find it really annoying a lot of people who are viewers who actually complain about people being NPCs and, you know, not being humans. The people who actually complain about that is like, you only have the right to complain about that if you actually support the people who actually are humans. Because it's, all right, here, I'll give you a little breakdown here. A little breakdown. Who's the most popular YouTuber? Mr. Beast. What are his videos on? Hyper entertaining stuff. Huge things, millions of dollars, hyper entertainment, as high entertainment as possible. Because high entertainment gives dopamine hits to anybody. Any person in the world can get dopamine hits off of Mr. Beast videos. His audience is anybody. Now, if you have somebody who makes a live stream, who just talks about random thoughts from their own head and gives their own biased perspective on things in life, do you think that's going to apply to everybody in the world? And do you think a human displaying their weaknesses and just being a normal human and not doing these crazy things, you think that's going to be interesting to every person in the world? No, it's not. See, that hyper entertainment stuff can give dopamine hits to literally anybody. But somebody sitting down and being a genuine human being, most people nowadays, they're not programmed to enjoy that. They're not programmed. They're programmed to watch a flawless machine that never makes any mistakes. That's what they're programmed for. And if people are really actually sick of people on YouTube being NPCs and just saying whatever, all these useless things that don't even come from their own head, and they're not actually giving their own thoughts, then actually, like, watch YouTube videos and support YouTubers who actually give their own genuine thoughts on things. If you want it to change, because the YouTube algorithm knows that that's not what people do. The viewers determine everything. And also, when people do display their weaknesses nowadays, other humans will usually get on them immediately. Pick on them, ridicule them, whatever. So that's why also a lot of people on YouTube, they're just literally too scared to do it. Plus, they know the YouTube algorithm's not going to promote it anyway because that's not what viewers want. But I still think, though, that some people should be a little bit more honest. But unfortunately, like a lot of things in the world, YouTube is just, it's a business. It's just, world runs on money. Money is the center. So people will put that above actually being honest and genuine, if it means, they have to they have to make a livelihood and they can't do it by just, Unfortunately, also, this is not just a YouTube thing, but a lot of businesses, you have to pretend like you like your boss or you love your job or whatever. It's like, why can't you just go into a job interview and be like, all right, here's the deal. I need money because for some reason I was born into a world that revolves around money. And I didn't decide that. But I realize I need money, okay? And I really don't give a crap about this job, but I need money, so hire me. And I'll get the job done because my life depends on it. Yeah, you can't do that. You gotta go and be fake, and you gotta be like, oh, my whole childhood I was looking forward to. This was my life dream, was working at this warehouse. Is like, I don't think so. uh, Probably not. I don't know. Maybe that's somebody's life dream. Yo, if it's somebody's life dream to live at a warehouse, you're living in the right time period of history, man. This is the perfect time period for you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. All right. We're on the same page. Anyway. Talk about inner self darkness, which is the voice of self judgment. I don't know what that means, Austin Powers. I really don't know what that means. The vultures will attack at your humanity. Yeah, that's unfortunately the problem. That's why people nowadays, vulnerability is just not a thing anymore. Doesn't matter who it is. Male, female, doesn't matter. Vulnerability is not a thing. Because people will exploit you. Unfortunately, that's the way a lot of people make money, exploiting other people. You know, it used to be where you just provide a product and the people enjoy your product and they're satisfied with it, and that's great. But when you try and milk your product for money by making your product break down and then you can make more money off of it by fixing it or replacing it, that's where we've crossed the line of actually being good. um, yeah, it's just there's not much human decency anymore. It's just, everybody's out for themselves, really. There's not much human decency because that's literally just it's the way it's been programmed, man. Anywho. Yeah, I understand people putting up safeguards, building up walls. Um, but if you can never get to a place where you just give your own thoughts on things and just do your own thing, man, you're digging yourself into a hole that you're never gonna get out of. Bro, do you wear do-rags? If you're asking me, I do not. Been going for 2 hours here. I've been enjoying this live stream. You wear do-rags, Ethan? Good on you. One guy I worked with would wear do-rags. It's wild stuff. I never understood though. What's the advantage over a do-rag over like a normal hat? Maybe it just doesn't get in the way as much. Cause a normal hat's got the bill and everything and that can get in the way. I don't know. I don't have those answers. No, bro, I do not have the ability to do that. Nope. Do-rag stops their hair from frizzing out. Is that really what it's for? Dude, I literally don't know. I just thought it was like a fashion statement. It's just fashion. Yeah, fashion is another topic we could talk about. I don't talk about fashion much. My thoughts on fashion is do whatever comes naturally to you. These fads and, these popular things to wear, it's dumb because If I don't think I don't think it's interesting to just copy what other people are doing intentionally. Like if that's your only reason is because oh this person did this so I should do it too. It's like that's only placing yourself lower than that other person. Like you're only placing yourself lower. People, it's kind of stupid how people for some reason seem to think that by copying other people is like how you're supposed to become popular or something. Like that's what junior hires do all the time. Is just like they copy these stupid things that are supposed to be cool. It's like, come on now, come on. Be your own individual. It's way more interesting than copying what other people are doing. At least to me it is. Oh, Max, you came back. Max came back. Did you go spamming in some other live streams in the meantime? uh, People don't like it when someone actually has an original thought. Being open-minded and individual is sometimes looked down upon the group. A group doesn't like it. Yeah, people get annoyed by that because you know why that annoys them is because they see somebody standing on their own 2 feet and making their own decisions while they know they don't have the guts to do it themselves. Just bugs the crap out of them. Um, yeah, it's just I hate when people dislike other people because they're willing to do something that that person's not willing to or whatever. It's like just because you're insecure about something doesn't mean everybody else needs to be type thing. But again, misery loves company, so it's just it's dumb how humans work. It's really dumb. But yeah, I mean, if you think about people who put themselves above, like at least people who seem to have gotten ahead in life or whatever, I'd venture to say a lot of those people just figured things out for themselves and just kind of did their own thing. Copying other people limits you. If you copy other people, you're limiting yourself to what you can achieve. There's a good reason for disliking someone for doing something you won't if it's a crime or something morally wrong, yes. But a lot, but I'm talking about a lot of things that people do fashion other things that they're like, oh, this looks good to most people, like, you know, for women, you must wear makeup at all times. It's like, and then a woman just like doesn't want to wear makeup. All the other women are like, yeah, ridicule her and guilt trip her. It's like, it's just, it's just ridiculous. Um, yeah, they're just a lot of stuff like that. It doesn't it doesn't have anything to do with committing crime. It's just humans being stupid. Humans are just annoying. I think that was one of my old live stream titles. Humans are annoying. I'll tell you that I actually had a line of logic behind the title for this live stream. Where is everybody? I usually don't have any logic behind the title live stream other than the fact that I just made up something and just put it for the title. That's it. Um, but I actually had some logic behind this title because what I was thinking when I think where is everybody is because that's the way it feels in life. There's 8 billion people, but you still feel like where is everybody because even if you hang out with a lot of these people, they're not actually there. They're not actually in their own bodies. They're off somewhere else thinking about future problems, thinking about past problems, thinking about that one dumb thing they said in fifth grade and not actually focusing on what's right in front of their eyeballs. It's like, you can't, you're not even talking to that person. They're not there. They're gone. They're somewhere else. Uh, yeah, I mean, it's probably one of the most fulfilling things is to actually have two people in a room together and they're actually enjoying the present moment together. Cause you can just take two random people and stick them in a room, but are they actually in the present moment? Maybe they are, just because they're nervous about being around a random stranger that they don't know. But other than that, uh, probably not. Oh, man. Throat giving way. No. But just take everything I say with a grain of salt. I know a lot of the things I say, I act like I've figured out everything in life and I have all the answers. I don't. Um, I still have to work on myself a lot, and I make mistakes like any other human. I just I try to point out things that I find ridiculous in life in society that's supposedly normal that is just should not be normal. Not all humans are annoying, but I sadly do feel most of them fit into that category. Uh, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of humans are just. A lot of humans are annoying because there's a lot of things they never dealt with that they should have dealt with for themselves. There's a lot of humans who are just running away from their problems and things they've done. And when I say they're problems, they're not even problems. They were only made problems because they didn't address these things immediately. But a lot of people are just running away from things in their life that they just refuse to face. They won't. They just can't come to grips with themselves because they're too scared to. And it can be tough, but if you're just gonna keep running away and never fixing these problems, how do you expect to ever be a fully fledged human being who is living in the present moment and can connect with other people and all this stuff? It's not gonna happen if you're carrying around a bunch of baggage that you never dealt with. You're just gonna take it out on everybody else. Unfortunately, nowadays it's very popular just to be a victim, to just be like, oh, everything is everybody else's fault and I didn't do anything. It's like, yeah, there's some truth to some of these things, but it's usually overblown. There is some truth. Some people have a tougher life than other people. That's just like a fact. uh, some people have it easier than others, but I at least would say that there isn't any human that has gotten away scot free, because to be a human is to have flaws, to make mistakes, to have weaknesses, to not fully understand everything, no matter who you are, no matter how much money you have. Um, so everybody has their problems, but to carry these problems around with you into relationships, all these other things, you're not gonna have sustainable relationships. I think that might be part of the reason, among many other reasons, why people just get the divorce rate is skyrocketed. Well, partially because to get divorced these days is totally normal. It used to be not very socially acceptable. Now it is, and unfortunately, there are a pretty big group of people who are concerned with what's socially acceptable, and they won't do something unless it's approved by others. Um, but yeah, a lot of these people, you're not gonna carry a relationship if you don't understand yourself, and you don't if you don't have enough motivation and just live life for yourself, you can't. The other person you're with has absolutely no reason to want to be with you. If you're just dragging them down, if you're just unloading baggage on them, it's like relationships, at least from what I've seen, is like, are these people like actually in a relationship because they just want to be around each other, or is this like their way of trauma dumping onto another person so they don't have to deal with it? It's like, I don't know. I'm not saying that's the way it is for everybody, but dude, there's too much, too much of that stuff going on, and it stinks. I at least would say life will never be perfect, but I think people make it harder than it needs to be a lot of times. Unfortunately, part of that is just because it's so called normal to do these things that just aren't healthy for you. Stream just disconnected for 2 seconds. Shrek is the truth. Shrek. You know what's funny is my favorite Shrek movie is actually the third one. And, it's whenever you say, I always hate this, but whenever people do movie rankings on the internet, they always have to say, oh, the first one was the best one, regardless of whether they think it was or not. You always have to say that. It's like, why don't you just say your favorite one is the one you like the most? Why does it have to be, oh, it has to be the first one because it was the original, and this is what everybody says, and this is what IMDb says. It's like, just make your own list. Like, whatever you enjoy. Like, I hate when people do rankings on the internet and they basically are just reading IMDb or like whatever they're ranking, and they're just going off of popular opinion and not giving their own opinion. It's like, then there's no point to me watching this video. In case you guys haven't figured it out, I really hate when people don't have their own opinion on things. I would rather somebody just say, I don't know anything about this subject, than to try and pretend like they know something about a certain thing and they're just talking out of their butt. Um, I hate that too. Anyway, I'll read the chat. Yo, is Ganatrope here? Ganatrope, where have you been? Uh, uh, Sorry, I know I've been repeating myself a lot. Unfortunately, that's part of being a human. That's why people write scripts for their YouTube videos and they don't just go off the top of their head, because they just end up repeating themselves and saying a lot of and like and so and these excess words that aren't necessary. Gotta make it clear and concise. Wait until AI takes most jobs, it'll be even worse. To be honest with you, I don't really concern myself with it because I just get tired of the fear mongering junk. It's like constantly on the news. Oh, the world's gonna end in 5 days. It's like, okay, sure it is. That's the way they act. Everything on the news is like we gotta say it so seriously, and we have to just pretend like everything is a life changing event. It's like, how about we don't do that, please? uh, Stupid. Anyway, sorry. I've been really good at rambling in this stream, I'll tell you that. Ah. Sorry, I'm catching up with the live chat. So I do read you guys' live chat, I just don't always point it out. I usually point it out if it has something to do with what I'm talking about. Whoops. Got a lot about Shrek in here. Somebody spamming in the chat here about the Kong gout. I like this comment. Insanity, don't bother, it's getting really abstract. And also, Shrek. Better out than in, I always say. That's probably my favorite Shrek line. Probably the part where he says that, I think it's the third Shrek movie. When he's afraid about having a child. And then says better out than in, and then the child just vomits up, and the vomit comes out so fast it's like water out of a fire hose. Fire department, one of their hoses. It's wild. Know who Notorious Big is? No, I don't know who that is. Let me guess, it's a music group. Man, I finally caught up to Obama chat. You guys are arguing in the chat again. You gotta keep this down, guys. Honestly, I used to argue a lot with people too. There are still things I'm passionate enough about to where I'll argue with people about them, but to be honest with you, I don't really argue with people much anymore, and I don't really have a desire to, because I just understand that the more you argue with another human, the less inclined they are to actually change their opinion on that thing. And also, it can be a big waste of time, but some people just will never understand your viewpoint on certain things. They just won't. They'll never understand. Unfortunately, it sounds nice to be like, oh, we're all humans, we can all understand each other. No. Some people will only view things in the realm of their biased perspective, which means that's a very limiting viewpoint, and that means they're not ever going to consider a lot of different things, a lot of varying viewpoints. So, I don't know. Arguing is just like severe waste of time. Unless you just enjoy arguing, which there are types of people who do just enjoy arguing for the sake of it. Because they like challenging people's thoughts on things, which I don't mind that. I like it when people have sound logic or some kind of logic at least behind what they think, but um, arguing about it's just gonna make them less inclined to actually listen to what you're saying. Are you a human? To be honest with you, I would say I'm more of a human than most people are. To be honest with you. Not trying to say that like it's some kind of accomplishment, because most of the stream I've been complaining about how much I dislike human behavior. Um, this is the annoying part. Alright, I haven't mentioned this. At least I haven't put it in this context. I dislike human behavior, but if you get rid of a part of your humanity, it's really going to take a toll on you, and it's just not normal. Unfortunately, this annoying human behavior we have is kind of the way we were designed to be, unfortunately. And if you eliminate a certain part of your human behavior, it might be bad. It might catch up with you later. I don't know how exactly phrase this, because there is some human behavior you can get rid of that's annoying, that isn't gonna hurt you or anything, that you can that's fine to get rid of, but there is parts of your humanity you don't want to get rid of. Should you change your profile picture? I don't know, it's up to you. My Ben Shapiro's son? Obviously not. I'm Ben Shapiro himself, with a ball cap on. Man, that's interesting. I've had multiple Ben Shapiro comparisons, but I don't think anybody's compared me to AJ Soprano, Nick Fuentes yet. And that's very rare. Insanity, the only thing you can really know is that there's something rather than nothing. That's the only thing you can claim to know. Everything else is just for convenience, yeah. I don't. It's ridiculous. Sometimes it does get to that point where you're like, dude, what do I even know? That's the problem. The more you understand things, the more stupid you feel. Which I think a lot of people don't get that. Because the more you understand things, the more complicated you realize everything is. And how many varying factors go into literally everything. And that just makes you feel more dumb because your brain can't possibly handle that amount of information. See, this is what I'm saying. A lot of people who don't know as much, you can call them dumb or whatever, ignorant, they honestly think they know more than people who are smart. Because people who are smart understand how complicated everything is, and then they can't wrap their mind around everything, and then they feel dumb. But people who aren't as intelligent, they think everything's just black and white, simple, bad, good, this, that, and then that they can wrap their minds around that because it's easy to wrap around. And since they can wrap their minds around it, it makes them feel like they understand more than they really do. And it makes them feel more confident than they should be. And then if you're actually smart and you understand that everything's insanely complicated and you can't ever wrap your mind around everything, it makes you feel more dumb. So it's hilarious. But that's really the way it works. It's just one of those stupid things that the way humans work. How many times have I said that? It's just the way it is. It's just stupid how. I've said that way too many times in the stream, but it's pretty accurate. Buffering. It makes them feel comfortable, yeah. That's why people say ignorance is bliss. It really is. The less you know, the easier it is to live life. Because You feel like you know more than you actually know because you know very few things, so you can wrap your mind around it. Whereas if you know a ton of things, you can't wrap your mind around it because it's too complex. Um, I think the easiest way I've had to try and cope with understanding how complicated everything is just being like, everything's really complicated. You'll never understand everything as much as you might want to try. Um, you just gotta take everything with a grain of salt, you almost gotta be easier on yourself. It's tough, especially if you're a type of person who's really hard on yourself. Um, you just gotta be like, man, I can't think of everything at once, and I can't solve all these world problems and all these ridiculous things. Uh, you can't solve them. You're not gonna solve them. It's too complicated. You just gotta take the defeat. You gotta take the L on that one. You gotta take the L on solving the problems of life. Everybody has to take the L on that, but you'd be surprised how many ignorant people think they can just. Yeah, the dumbest people in life are usually the most confident, as stupid as it is. Not always. I know that's a general statement. That doesn't always apply, but I think that's the tendency, the majority. Um, the dumbest people feel like they know way more than they actually do because they can wrap their minds around things because they don't know that much. I'm pretty sure, like, I don't remember. People have talked about this type of thing before. But I'm honestly telling you that from my own experience, my own thoughts. You guys have the luxury of knowing that everything I tell you in this stream is just like things I think about on my own. I don't think I've said any type of statement to where it was. I mean, there's probably a bit of programming. It's hard to fully get rid of programming, but most of it I think is just my own thoughts on things, the way I see it. Fanika Quora has still managed to stay this entire time. I appreciate it. Yeah, don't just agree with everything that's told to you is a massive one. A massive one that most people really need to understand. A lot of people pretend like, oh yeah, I know that. Don't just believe everything you hear, but do they actually put it into practice? No, because a lot of times in life, people will be like, oh, this person's a professional in this, or this person is this, and everything they say to me must be true. No. Uh, People will take advantage of you. People will use the disguise of being a professional at something to rip you off. It happens all the time. If you think otherwise, that's ignorance. I'm not saying everybody is just out there to take advantage of other people. There are genuine people out there who, you know, whether they run a type of business or whatever, they do consider their customers and not only their wallets, but most of them, the wallet is the top priority. Not, and they know they can take advantage of people because people don't know any better on whatever they're selling or whatnot. It happens all the time. It's not a surprise. Yeah, usually whenever anybody tries to give me advice, I don't want to just shove them out of the way because there are people out there who really do know what they're talking about. A lot of those people, though, I'll be honest with you, they're not on the internet. You're really better off for looking for advice from probably somebody that you know in real life and not on the internet. And I know that's like saying, okay, I'm on the internet, so don't listen to anything I say. Everything I say, too, take with a grain of salt. It's not the be-all, end-all, and it doesn't apply to every situation in life. Nothing. Hardly anything does. Um, but, dude, I look like I'm exhausted or something in the camera. I haven't really been paying much attention to my face on the camera, but I look like I'm a little worse for wear right now. I guess I have been streaming for 2 hours and 40 minutes. That'll do you in. Um, I do want to read this live chat, though. Yo, we have another Ethan in the chat. Two Ethans, unless this is the same guy and changes the profile picture. Probably was the same guy. Looking at the chat here. I gotta catch up. I always fall behind. It's the same Ethan, alright. I thought it was. Possibly. Lying can be okay. That's an interesting topic, Insanity. It's a tough subject because, you know, there's always the thing of you can't. People will say they want to hear the truth, but a lot of times they don't want to hear the truth. I feel like a lot of my live streams, I've said some things that have hit some people's nerves and have really pressed their buttons, and they know what I'm saying is possibly accurate, but they just don't want to admit it to themselves because it would just be they couldn't handle it. Because I've said a lot negative things that a lot of people don't think about, but they kind of can sense that there's some truth behind it, and they don't want to, they don't want to accept it because it would just be, they rather keep living in delusion land because it's easier. Dude, where'd that come from? Dude, I'm just saying things, I don't even know where it's coming from. Like, it's like, how did that start up? I want to read the live chat, and then I always get distracted by my random thoughts, but that's alright. That's kind of the point of this stream, is just maybe a ramble. You guys still arguing in the live chat? Being bad boys? What they view as the truth is only true to them, yeah. I think that's what is true for most people. They literally only believe things if it's true to them. And there are things in life that some people will never experience, some people will never understand, but it doesn't mean that stuff doesn't exist. Like, say somebody goes through their whole life without ever experiencing depression. Doesn't mean depression doesn't exist. It just means you never experience it. So yeah, a lot of people can become very touchy and sensitive, and it's really annoying. I think people are just programmed into thinking that they're like better than they actually are because that's kind of the way things are set up. It's like, some people are better than others or whatnot because of their status or this or that, or how much weight they can lift in the gym, how much you can deadlift. Makes you better than other people. It's like, nah, that's superficial garbage. If you believe that, it's just like, what? It's biased perspective on what you value more than other things. So, sorry, I lost my train of thought again. I know I always have this stupid feeling in the back and like in the back of my head that's like I want to say something and then I immediately forget. It's like I know I wanted to say something else right there. I know these live streams can be annoying for you guys because a lot of times I just keep like like talking to myself like why can't you remember this? But I do that to myself all the time because I do kind of crave perfectionism when it comes to the way I think about things. Um, Usually, most other things I don't care about perfectionism, but I don't like it at all when I can't say things exactly the way I want to say them and put them the exact right way because then people can't understand the way I'm trying to say it. You're not tired, Fanika Quora? How long can you last? This is the best live stream by far. Thank you. Um, I honestly, the way people will determine what like say you watch a bunch of my live streams, the way you'll determine which live stream you like the most is probably based off of which live stream you related to the most. What live stream resonated with you the most? Cuz that's why people don't run YouTube channels usually on just their own thoughts. There are very few YouTube channels that are successful just on their own thoughts because you can't get everybody to get on the same wavelength with you. You can't get them to understand exactly what you're trying to say. That is one of the biggest things in life that annoys me the most is how little words actually convey what I'm trying to say. Because, like, sometimes I'll feel like I said something exactly the way I wanted to, and everything was perfect. I'm like, man, everybody watching this live stream probably knows exactly what I meant because I said it so well, but honestly, no. Sometimes, no matter how well you say something, if a person's not in the right mindset, it's just not gonna resonate. And then it's pretty easy to lose subscribers and stuff if you run a channel just on your own thoughts. Because if you do enough videos in a row of things that person doesn't relate to, they'll just be like, well, there's no use for this channel anymore. Um, Dude, are we spamming? Come on now. You're apathetic. I've seen you before. You always put that in the chat. Time to come up with something new. Woke up at 9 a.m. It's 11:30 p.m. right now. You're a little tired. You're most likely gonna stay up until 4 a.m. Yeah. This is something I feel like people sometimes don't understand is sometimes I can say I'm tired, but that doesn't mean I can fall asleep. Just because I'm tired doesn't mean I can fall asleep. Sometimes people don't really understand that. Um, Falling asleep, like I usually have my moments in the day. At least I've noticed this, where like one portion of the day I'll have a decent amount of energy and I can get things done, and then I'll have a bit of a time where I just feel like trash, just like no energy, and then I ramp up the energy again, and then it dies down again. So it's kind of a tug of war battle going on. It's really annoying in life because there's so many things like that. Tug of war you know, between your body and your mind. Between your body and your mind, between your time and your energy. Um, you may have a good amount of time, but it doesn't mean you actually have energy during that time to actually get things done that you want to get done. And then, time spending by yourself, time spending with others. That's really the way life is. It's a constant balancing act. And you have to balance so many different things, and you don't want too much of one thing, or else, it's gonna throw everything out of whack. It's really annoying. I wish humans were just not so weak and, you know, have all these flaws. Like you have to get everything exactly right, or you can't perform like your best. You can't be your best self or whatever. I mean, I don't even know what your best self means, because that's your best self is just up to the own person's interpretation, is what it should be. Um, because your own best self is only something you should decide for yourself. But that terminology gets thrown around so much. Be your best self really loses its meaning. That I think that's I talked about it a little bit before, but that might be about the biggest thing that annoys me in life, is just everything just loses its meaning. If you get too much of a good thing, you don't enjoy it as much as you used to, You bite into a hamburger, the first bite is always the tastiest. After that, you kind of get used to the way it tastes, and it doesn't taste as good as that first bite. That's like, it's really stupid how many things that applies to for humans, like eating food, watching a movie, literally anything. It's always best the first time. And then if you get too much of a good thing, it's not very, it just doesn't have the same appeal anymore. Um, I don't know. You could say that might be a reason for a lot of things in life, like why some marriages fall apart. It's because, they get so used to being around their person, they take them for granted, and they don't really realize what they've got. And I'm just saying, in certain circumstances, some marriages are just done from the start, but um, it's just everything's so complicated in life. That's what I'm talking about, man. This is like giving you guys an insight on the way my mind works. I hope you guys don't experience this. It it has its upsides, and it definitely has its downsides. Um, I'd say if I had any goals for the rest of my life, it's just to be able to live in the present moment more than what I usually do. Build up more of a tolerance for life than what I've had for the past how many years, because I haven't really tolerated it all. I just hate it. Um, I think that's about it. Most people's goals are just, make more money, get in a relationship, get a big house, get this crap, this crap, this crap. It's like, it just doesn't, it's like, it doesn't matter. If you can't, I don't know why people think that stuff would mean much of anything if they can't just enjoy themselves for who they are, and, like, enjoy the present moment, even if nothing like amazing's going on. You don't have to. You shouldn't have to have all these crazy things in your life happening to you. All these so-called things that people say are important. You shouldn't have to have these things just to enjoy your own life. It'd be dumb. Anyway, sorry I missed a lot of the chat. Skipping down the bomb. Can someone help me? I hate winning pointless debates. Yeah, I know you've been arguing in the live chat, Insanity. Uh, most debates are usually pointless, honestly. I already told you how pointless I thought arguing was. It's pretty dumb. A lot of times I think people, I think a reason I'm able to give such a wide variety of perspective on life is because when I was younger, I was more of a feeler, I think that's normal when you're a kid. Be a feeler and you just kind of experience life. And now as I'm older, I'm just a flat out thinker and I just overthink things. Um, so I feel like I've got a couple different perspectives on life. Obviously, the thinking one takes top priority because that's what I'm currently in now. Um, that's what's more fresh in my mind. But I do remember how things used to be when I was more brainwashed and, you know, thinking all these things that other people put in your brain and, just being more ignorant. Um, so I feel like it helps me really get a bigger perspective on things than just, everything is just one way and it can't be any other way or whatever. Um, but yeah, I want about that arguing thing, arguing pointless debates. Um, I do kind of remember when I was younger. I think a reason most people debate is not necessarily to prove their point, but to make themselves feel better than another person, to put themselves above another person, to make themselves feel like, oh, I'm superior to this other person because I won the argument. And it's not even so much about actually what you're debating about. Um, yeah. That's just another wonderful thing about humans that I just love so much. This live stream may not have done the best as in terms of the numbers and stuff, but I'm just I want to just enjoy what I'm doing. I just want to enjoy this channel, enjoy it for what it is, whether it ever gets big or not. Because if you're only focused on, oh, I need more numbers, I need more people watching, you're not gonna enjoy yourself. And obviously, it helps the channel, but you know, I think I more and more realize that just achieving things doesn't make your life satisfying. I um I have done a decent amount of things in my life. I used to baseball is my favorite sport, if you can tell by the hat. It's a World Series hat for the Braves, my favorite MLB team. But I played baseball for 15 years, and it's very important to me. And I made it. Our team made it to a state tournament for Pennsylvania, and I was on the team, and I'd say I was one of our. I don't know if I want to say I was one of our better players. We had so many good players. We wouldn't have made states if we weren't. Um, but I was a good pitcher, and that was one of the most important experiences in my life. But even though I achieved that, and it was very important to me, that doesn't make every day since then easy to live. You know, I I don't want to excuse like multimillionaires and all the and even billionaires, and if they're greedy or whatever, a lot of them are, but I don't want to excuse any greed or anything, but um yeah, just because you achieve certain things in life doesn't make it mean your life's gonna be satisfying. Even if you achieve everything you set out to, and all that stuff, because if you're I did kind of refer to this earlier, but if you're constantly, which I would say most people are, if you're constantly living in a state of, I need to reach this goal, I need to get to this, and it's always about the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, even if you achieve those things, you're not going to enjoy it once you achieve it, because you've programmed yourself to be in a state of always looking toward achieving the next thing and not actually just enjoying what you have already achieved. And most people live in this state of, you know, just, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, next thing, next thing, next thing. Part of that can be programming, because that is what you're generally told to do. You're not. It's really funny. You're taught a lot of things in life, maybe by your parents, just by random people you come in contact with, by society, by the internet. You're told a lot of things in life. What you're not usually told is just enjoy your life. It's so dumb. Do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. It's like, you can't program yourself to do that for 50, 60 years, and then you reach retirement age, and then suddenly you're supposed to expect yourself to be able to go into a spot of just enjoying yourself. That's like in sports. I'll give you specific examples in sports. Like like if somebody goes into retirement and then they come back out of retirement, they want to retire. They've done a lot in their life and they retire, and they should just enjoy their life, but they can't. They have to come back because it's all they've ever known. They literally, if you don't teach yourself how to just enjoy life and to just function, um, and not having to focus on the next thing, the next thing, and the next thing, you're never gonna like, most people fool themselves into thinking, oh, I reach retirement age, I can enjoy life finally, or whatever. Um, it's not gonna happen. You don't magically hit a certain age and just suddenly you can enjoy life. You don't achieve a certain amount of things and then you can just suddenly enjoy life. It doesn't ever happen. But so many people fool themselves into thinking that, and then they reach these points in their life where they're supposed to just start enjoying it, and they can't do it because they don't know how. It sounds really stupid, but you see examples of all this all the time. Millionaires, billionaires, they get all this money. Is it ever enough? No. Need one more dollar. Need more. It's never enough. That's the way they program themselves. They only become happy by getting more, not by actually enjoying what they have. Anyway, I feel like a lot of the things I say just sound like common sense, but man, there is not much common sense in life these days. Not many people have any. It's just... Alright, back to the live chat. Trillionaires. uh, used to play baseball with an acorn and a very thick stick. Your mom got you an actual bat and baseball in practice and you did good. That's actually makes sense, Ethan. If you were able to do well with just an acorn and a stick, if you're actually being serious about that, because that's pretty wild. Yeah, baseball and a bat would be way easier because it's way bigger and easier to make contact with. That's actually not bad training. That's actually a good device for training for about anything. Set the bar incredibly high and try that for a little bit and then lower the bar, and then it's gonna be, and it's like, it's almost like cheating because you see how hard it can be and then you go down and It's almost like you skipped a couple steps. It's interesting. Speak softly and carry a very thick stick. Oh my. Teddy Roosevelt. I do remember that from indoctrination camp. I mean, school. uh. Sorry, I couldn't resist. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up. I mean, seriously. You really expect me not to make that type of a joke? Come on now. That is true. You used to play baseball with an acorn. That's pretty wild. The way I got good, I became a pitcher for baseball, and I was really accurate. I was probably our most accurate pitcher. I could pump in a strike whenever I wanted to, on command. I was very accurate, sometimes to a fault. Um, Hitters knew what was coming. It was gonna be a strike, but um, I actually I used to practice at my house and throw a tennis ball up against the side of the house like about every day during summer vacation from school. And yeah, if you practice something long enough and you can just make it into habit, that's how you get good at really anything. Um, but you have to make sure you practice good habits. Just practicing something, just willy nilly, doesn't mean diddly squat. Um, you have to make sure you have good habits and then just rinse and repeat your good habits. Practicing with bad habits doesn't do anything. It would just make it harder for you to get rid of those bad habits. So, yeah, when people say practice makes perfect, if you're not practicing with good habits, it means nothing. With the way the world is, you feel like you're peacefully discontent. That's an interesting way of putting it. I think I understand what you mean. Um, you kind of just have to come to grips with the fact that this world's always going to be messed up and that you don't really like it that much. And you just got to come to grips with that. At least that's what I think what you mean. I'll read the rest of it here. There are things out of your control, yet you must come to terms with how things are instead of being bitter and being resentful. Yeah, being bitter and being resentful just doesn't accomplish anything, and it doesn't help you enjoy life. It just makes life way worse than it needs to be. So it's easy to be bitter and resentful, but it's not enjoyable, I'll tell you that. um yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, you just kind of have to. It's like when you have to agree to disagree with somebody. It's like you think this way, I think this way. We know we're never gonna change on our viewpoints, so there's no point in us arguing. That's kind of the way it is with sometimes how you have to view life. It's like life is this way, I'm this way. I don't like life that much, but you know, it is the way it is. So just you don't have to go around pretending like you love life if you don't. I don't like it when people do that either. You don't have to cover it up, but um you don't have to let it just ruin every day of your life. You concluded reality is created by a relationship between the subject and a truly unknowable object. Fortunately, Insanity, I don't think we're on the same wavelength. I wish I could understand exactly what you meant by that. I'm sure that's the way you guys feel with a lot of things I sent. You think there is you and something. I mean, if that's what helps you get through life, I'll go for it. Like, that's the thing. I mean, this life is. Let's not just joke around, pretend like we're all fine and just dandy. Life is tough. All right. It is tough. It'll beat you down very easily. Um, you gotta figure out your own way to deal with it. I gave you my way of how I deal with it, and I try to help you guys understand, but that might not work for everybody. Probably wouldn't work for everybody. Anywho, bro never sleeps. Yeah, you got that right. Sleeping's not an option. To sleep is to be weak. It's definitely not just a part of being a human. Yeah, that was a sarcastic statement in order for people to understand how stupid it is when people are like, oh, to be this is to be weak. No, that's just literally part of your humanity, so, sorry. If being a human is to be weak, is to be pathetic, is to be helpless, that's what being a human is. If you don't like it, I can't help you. I mean, I don't like it either. I wish, I had more capabilities than what I actually have. I wish I had superpowers or something, but I don't. Um, Pretending like you're better than what you actually are is just. I don't think it's ever good for people to try and fool themselves into thinking certain things about themselves only in order to make their life more tolerable. I don't think you should have to form delusions about yourself to try and make it easier for yourself to live. You gotta come to grips with who you are, who you really are. Because a lot of people view themselves as being better than what they actually are. Probably most people do. Or there are some people who view themselves as worse as they actually are. Depends on whether you're hard on yourself or not hard. And then sometimes it can also be a mix of both, you know. You can be hard on yourself in certain aspects of life and easier on yourself on others. So, uh, see what I'm saying when I say everything is complicated? It doesn't. These live streams are not satisfying at all. They're not satisfying at all because they're not like these YouTube tutorials of like I tell you how to tie a tie. Uh, it's it doesn't have a satisfying conclusion to just sit here and tell you all these different factors that go into everything. There is no satisfying conclusion. That's why it's so frustrating to think like this. Um, it's annoying. Max came back and then he left again. Hello, El Capo. You missed out on a good 3 hours of me rambling. I've been doing a really good job of rambling in this stream. Probably because I took like a week-long break from these vertical live streams, so I've had a lot to say in that amount of time. Isn't what you're saying kind of transcendent reasoning? I'm sorry, Insanity, but I'm not. Um, it's stupid and abstract. If it means something to you, insanity. I mean, I have things that mean a lot to me, and I try and explain them to other people, and they don't understand at all. If there are some things like that. Yeah, if you just view everything, I guess you're saying you just view everything as me, and everything else, like something else. And I mean, that is what everything is, but if that gives you a level of comfort, good. I can't say it. If I viewed things as just like me and everything else, I don't know if that would make me very comfortable, though. Or give me any kind of peace of mind. Peace of mind is not anything I'm ever going to experience unless you, like, sedate me or something. You guys ever heard the song, I Want to Be Sedated by the Ramones? I can relate to that. It's like, can you just, like, put me out of my misery, please? Like, please. Just, like, knock me over the head and just knock me unconscious for a little bit so I don't have to keep thinking about random, ridiculous things. I do understand more and more why some people turn to drugs is because there is a real, at least I've felt this before. I don't, probably not everybody has felt this, but I have felt the need to just like escape myself. Just like, can I just like escape my body and my brain and just not deal with it for a little bit at least? Because like even when you're sleeping, your brain is still functioning, your body is still functioning. I always thought how nice it'd be if you could just have like 5 minutes every day just to leave your body and just take an outside perspective on everything and just like, not be dealing with the crap. But the problem with that is if you actually had that, you would never want to go back to your body. I'm telling you, you would not. If you could get a break from your body and your brain, could have 5 minutes of just feeling free, totally free from your body, and just like it would be a feeling that you would never want to go back to your body and brain because it like if humans knew how good it could be, they like you would realize how dumb this is. I think some people might kind of experience that with drugs. And then that's why I get addicted to it. It gives you, it helps you like just escape from these things. But it's not, it only makes you more intolerable toward life itself. And you're going to have to live your life, so. You've heard the song "You Want to Be Sedated," you like it? Yeah, I figure you'd hear it, Ethan. He was mad and he said he'd rather die. That's wild. Used to have anti-life feelings at 13. Dude, I can relate to that. 13 was when I hit puberty, and I was questioning everything at that point. I was really, really scared of the future, and it's weird. I've had times in my life where I'm fixated on death. The beginning of this year, end of last year, I was just I was just thinking about death. It sounds really bad. I mean, it's gonna happen, so it's not like I'm just. It's kind of funny how people get really concerned when you're thinking about death, because death is a natural part of life. A lot of the things people do in life that are actually acceptable are not natural. But you think about death and they just get all concerned. It's like, why are you thinking about that? Well, maybe because it's going to happen to me one day. I don't know. Maybe because I don't want to just ignore it my whole life until I have to face it and then I can't handle it when it's actually on me, and then it's a really horrible dying process. Um, Nick Fuentes, there we go. There's a comparison. Still, nobody compared me to AJ Soprano, though, which is impressive. Um, 13, but with. I don't feel like dying yet, but I used to have anti life feelings at 13, but with age, I learned to appreciate minor details. I'm starting to read more just out of curiosity. Yeah. Do whatever floats your boat. Um, uh, I mean, unless you believe in reincarnation or something like that, I think this is the only time you're gonna be a human. Um, so you gotta just take it for what it is, even though it's insanely annoying at times. Um, find what you like and hold on tight. That's a good saying. I should I should coin that. Take what you like and hold on tight. That's gotta be a saying, right? Did I just make up a new saying? Yeah, I'm sure somebody said it before. But has anybody coined the phrase? I could coin the phrase. You're a psycho, bro. That's fine. That's usually the easiest coping mechanism for people when they don't understand something. You're a psycho. You're insane. You're crazy. Maybe I'm just making these general statements because I'm too lazy to actually understand these things. Too mentally lazy. Sure. Yeah, people definitely don't do that. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I think I'm gonna wrap up the stream here. I'll give you guys like 5 to 10 minutes to say whatever you want in the live chat, and I'll try and keep my mind on it. Once I get thinking about these abstract thoughts and stuff, it's hard to get me to stop. It is. It's hard. Sometimes it's hard for me to get into the right mindset, but once I'm in it, man, there's no going back. Fixated on death, as much as people like to pretend like being fixated on death is not normal, it is normal for a person to think about death at least a couple times in their life. To fixate on it at least a couple times in your life. You know, it's not normal going your entire life without thinking about death at all. That's not normal. When you're sad, what cheers you up is music. It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, music is probably about the easiest way to, if you're having bad emotions, to flip it, but even then, sometimes your body just rejects the music, and doesn't allow it to make you feel better because it's usually music you've heard a lot before. That's another thing that annoying with when you've had too much of a good thing you just don't care about as much. Can be the same way for music. Maybe you're in a bad mood and you want to listen to a song you like to pull you out of it, but maybe you've heard that song a million times and it just doesn't have the same effect. I don't know. Music is one of the better things, I think, at not becoming too desensitizing. Because you can listen to some music a lot, but if you really like it, you'll still enjoy it. It just won't be to the level of like the first times you listen to it. It will never be at that level again, probably. You have to keep finding a stronger hit. Yeah. That's the problem. People, through the internet and everything, they've desensitized themselves so much, they always have to find something that ups it. And, like, at some point, you're just gonna run out of things, and then everything left for you to experience is all things that are below this high tolerance level that you build up over the years, and then you're just gonna hate everything. So, you gotta be careful. I know I've raised my tolerance level a bit too high, but I'm trying to work on that a bit. Yeah, the trick is to take a break for a bit. Yes, you're right. I talked about a bit earlier, but yeah. Your mind is not meant to be hyper stimulated 24/7. You have to take breaks. You have to have moments in your life where you're just bored. And people don't like that because everybody, it's one of the things humans dislike the most is being bored. Um, but you gotta do it because it can bring your tolerance level back down, and then you can enjoy those other things more. Whereas if you only just keep doing more and more things, you're not gonna have much of a tolerance level from most everything else. You keep raising your standard too high. People can be tricked into thinking a stone is a diamond. I have heard that before. Am I gonna be live streaming tomorrow? Probably not. Live streaming on back to back days is usually bad because my brain is usually not recovered. If I, especially since this live stream's been pretty long, I've been rambling the whole time. I probably wouldn't have much in the tank for a live stream tomorrow. I've gotta take a break. You know, gotta take those breaks and regroup for the next one. Um, I'll probably be doing like 2 or 3 days in between each Virgo live stream, unless I really feel like doing a live stream, and then I'll just do it. Um, but I don't want to burn myself out, and if I just do a live stream every day, it's not gonna be very good, because I won't have as much to say, and I'll probably be more low energy, and it's not gonna be good for you guys either. It's not gonna be as interesting. Addiction sucks. Yeah, it does. You can be addicted to a lot of things. Um, the human body and the human brain it really likes to do things that it's comfortable in. Whatever is familiar is good for humans. You could literally put a horrible situation in front of a person. You could give a person a choice between two options, two situations. A situation where they know everything's gonna be bad, but they know exactly what to expect. And then you can have a situation where they don't know what to expect, and they might still pick the bad situation just because they know what to expect. People hate uncertainty. I think maybe that's a big reason why a lot of people don't understand when you fixate on death, is because death is uncertainty. And they don't understand why you would want to focus on uncertainty, because it doesn't appeal to humans. Um, but where was I going with that? Dude, I always forget where I start out. Oh yeah, addiction sucks. How did we get to that point? I don't know. Yeah. I don't think I have anything. I was gonna say something, I can't think of it. Getting tired. I'm gonna have to end this live stream soon. Once a man is born, he begins to die. Yes, is very true. As soon as you're born, you begin the dying process. You're literally dying every second of the day. It's funny, people don't really think about that. A diamond isn't just a stone. Insanity. I'm sorry. I don't seem to have the brain power tonight to be on your level. You have not done a live stream since November 19, 2023. That's crazy that you remember the exact date. Unless you just looked it up or something. Have I ever told you a definition of insanity? Well, if you're going to tell me the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, then I already know that one. Unless you got your own definition that doesn't come from Albert Einstein. It's kind of funny, though. Isn't that what everybody does in life? Isn't everybody insane? Because they're all working their jobs, doing this, doing that, doing the status quo or whatever. And they're expecting different results. They're actually expecting themselves to get ahead in life, and they never will. They'll just keep doing the same thing over and over. Again, believing a false idea that they're going to get ahead in life. So technically, isn't that insanity? So that would be like what the majority of people are insane. It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest with you. I think insanity is pretty normal these days. You're probably gonna do a live stream with your nephew. Sounds like wild time. You gonna do like a ranking video of music or something? Every villain does that, man. Does what? Yeah, same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Insanity. Honestly, it's not insanity in every... Dude, we just got blown up here. Holy cow, why is there randomly 63 people on the live stream? 83 people. You guys didn't all have to raid the comments. 115. 122. Dude, all I can think is that somebody must have promoted my live stream to 100-some people. Because I can't imagine YouTube actually being like, hey, we're actually going to promote this to 130, 140 people. Well, 155 people. I'm sorry to those of you who actually want to comment in the live chat. Looks like the live chat's absolutely toast now. Oh, you know, a normal person, if they had 150 people randomly hop on their live stream, they'd probably be going nuts. But I've been streaming for the past 3.5 hours, so I'm like too tired to actually react. It doesn't even register in my brain. Guys, why are you all spamming the same comment? I can't possibly control all of you guys. Well, we had our 3.5 hours, guys, of Me randomly saying whatever I was saying. Yeah, it is so many. I saw that in Sandy. It's wild. Don't worry, Insanity. He'll probably die down not too long. Just letting you 130 people know this whole stream, I pretty much just been, well, I've basically just been rambling the whole stream about my own thoughts on random things. Topic of the live stream was why I don't like why I don't like other humans that much, and it's mainly their human behavior. Did you guys get promoted from another live stream? Read our questions. How in the world do you expect me to read anything in the live chat when it's going 100 million mile an hour? My brain's not even meant to keep up with that. If I would get like this many people on a consistent basis in my live streams, I would definitely have to get some moderators. Figure it out. Dude, it's not a thing you can figure it out. It's called the human brain can't possibly keep up with this many comments. Most of it's just spam anyway. End the stream. I was planning on ending the stream, and then you guys all raided the live chat. Don't worry, boys. It'll calm down here soon. Maybe. Well, congratulations, guys. That's the most amount of people I've ever had on one of my live streams. As somebody who's been live streaming for past however many months pretty consistently. Sorry, I should probably be giving more energy and talking about interesting things because I actually have a lot of people watching, but I did that for the past 3.5 hours. Watch on replay if you don't believe me. But I don't even know what I was talking about before. I will be a mod. I've had loyal viewers for months and months who wanted to be a mod on my streams, and I told them I wouldn't do it unless I would get like 20 viewers or more consistently. And I'm guessing the 70 viewers, 60 viewers now. This is just a one-time thing, so I don't have to get moderators. I am the moderator. Oh my goodness. Somebody seriously said D's nuts in the live chat. It's not 2015 anymore. Dude, that was even older than 2015. How old was that? Wasn't that back when, that was back when Obama was president. Bringing me back to the treacherous days. Back when I was just a mere child. It's funny though, everybody's either spamming or saying a bunch of things that I've seen 100 times before in the live chat. So I don't think it really matters how many people you get in your live stream. It's usually just gonna be, brain malfunctioning. Oh. It doesn't matter how many people you get in a live chat, they just say the same things. Like, you could have 1,000 people, they would all say the same things. You live stream for a couple months, you'll figure it out. If you spam in the live chat, I'm less inclined to say anything about it. Sorry. Not sorry. I need a bottle of water. I wasn't planning on keep streaming, but we got a lot of new viewers, so I guess I'm obligated to at least give you a couple minutes of my time here. Oh, all right. Down to 49 people. That's a bit more manageable. Everybody wants to know, do I fart? Well, I am a human being, so does that answer your question? Thoughts on Oliver Tree? No thoughts. If I just eliminate everybody spamming, do you fart, that'll probably eliminate half the conversation. Breathing noises? Yeah, I do that quite a lot. Breathing is something I make sure I do on a daily basis. Oh, man. It's like my voice is getting worse even though I'm drinking liquid. He passed away today. Did I? Didums. Do a hair reveal. Dude, I think you should have asked me that when we had 100-some viewers. My hair is a very sacred matter. I'm not revealing that unless we have at least 100 viewers. Okay, Insanity. Did you have to say that? Hey everyone, this guy kind of looks like AJ Soprano and Nick Fuentes. You're killing me. How many books have I read? I'll stop you right there. I haven't read any books on those subjects or any other. You also saw my hair. Congratulations. You're killing me, Smalls. Good one. I clearly have allergies. Yes, I do. But that's not what's showing up on camera right now. What's showing up is a tired dude at 4 in the morning who's been streaming for 3 hours and 43 minutes, and his throat sounds like he's got a frog in his throat. That's what you're watching. It doesn't have anything to do with allergies. Your hat is fire, thank you. I like this hat. I have to make sure not to take it outside because it's a white hat, so it's gonna get if it gets dirty, it's very visible. Yeah, almost 4 hours. I'll probably get to the 4-hour mark and then call it a night. W Mike, yes it is. I'm assuming the microphone's still Sounds alright. I had some problems with it on previous live streams. I'm sorry to the new people on the stream. Just to let you know, I'm just really tired right now. If you wanna, I live stream almost every day. At least I used to. I guess I don't really anymore. More like every other day, every couple of days. I usually am. I either talk very seriously about things and ramble about stuff, which is why I did this live stream, or I'm usually very sarcastic and use dark humor. So if you're into any of that, that's what I do. I'm sorry I don't really have much in the tank left for this stream. Monkey face emojis. I got that cup like 10 years ago and somehow it's still surviving. What do you mean do a jawline reveal? It's right in front of your face. Braves will lose in the playoffs. Alright. Somebody pulling out some wild rage bait here. I'm very impressed, though, that you could tell that this was a Braves hat. I'm guessing you figured it out because it says 2021, and you somehow read it backwards, and then you knew the Braves won the World Series in 2021, unless you saw the A on the side. I am pretty impressed that you figured that out. They probably will lose in the playoffs, because if there's only one team that's not gonna lose in the playoffs. Go Dodgers, are you kidding me? It's just, that's blasphemy. So much spam right now. Here, I'll help you guys out. There you go. I've eliminated some spam. Do you have a favorite player? It used to be Freddie Freeman. And then he went to play for the Dodgers, so I no longer have a favorite player. My favorite player of all time, if it's not Freddie Freeman, is Prince Fielder. Who doesn't like a dude who literally steals a nacho from a fan mid-game and just shoves it in his mouth? Never seen that clip. You've never lived life. Are you a Spurs fan? No, I do not follow the NBA. I know you're wishing I was a Spurs fan so you could, like, trounce all over me because they just lost the finals. Sorry, man. Not a Spurs fan. Dale Murphy's your favorite player. That's wild. My dad's favorite player is actually Dale Murphy. What's my stream gonna be about tomorrow? I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Probably the day after that. I never have a set thing I talk about in the stream. I talk about a lot of random stuff. If you want proof of that, I've got a million different live streams already existing on this channel. Some live streams I just like to read the chat and just be very sarcastic. This live stream I was pretty serious. Then randomly got like 150 people saying raid and it was like, whoa. And then that just like, just my wires to my brain just blew a fuse and I was like, well, can't function anymore. Too much for my brain to handle. You don't think Pennsylvania has a team? You never heard of the Pirates or the Phillies? Or are you talking about a different sport? I think Fanica Quora might have left the stream. Did he leave the stream? Did I finally wear him out? He couldn't take it anymore. The NBA, yeah. If you're talking NBA, Philadelphia 76ers. Do I like Madden? When I was a kid, I did. Don't care for it anymore. I just don't care for the NFL at all. Alright, 10 more minutes. If I don't end the stream at the 4-hour mark, I'll turn into a pumpkin. It's kind of how it works. Old Madden was way better. I know people say that with the NBA 2K games, and I definitely agree. I still play like NBA 2K14. The new NBA 2K games, it just does I hate the gameplay. The players feel way too big. I don't know, it's just me, but they just feel like they're too big. And then you got 10 players on the court, and like they're hogging up the whole court, and there's literally no room. I don't know. I don't like the new NBA 2K games. Hey man, what's your drug of choice? I don't have a drug of choice. Sorry. My drug of choice is watching YouTube way too much and streaming way too much. It can be a drug, just not as potent. You don't know how I act usually when I'm not exhausted. That's why I said I recommend checking out. You can check out the beginning of this stream. You can check out a different stream. I honestly usually don't have a ton of energy, but I usually have more energy than this. But if you stream for 4 hours, that'll knock the wind out of your sails. Yeah, it was funny. I was about to end my stream, and then all of a sudden, onslaught of people. I'm gonna guess somebody recommended my stream. You can do a thing where you direct your viewers from your stream to somebody else's stream. I'm gonna guess that's what happened because YouTube would never normally promote my stream to 100 people out of nowhere. Goodbye, Bob. Anytime I hear somebody have the name Bob, I always think about the movie What About Bob? You want to be famous. That's interesting. Never seen me wear a hat before. I've done it in some live streams. Not usually, though. I got a haircut recently, and I had so much hair before, and I have such little hair now. I feel like I'm bald, so I gotta wear a hat. You make music or something? No. Nope. Unless you consider the sound of my voice to be music, but most people don't consider a fairly monotone voice to be music worthy. 1, 2, 3 bench warmers. My last year of baseball, unfortunately, I was reduced to a bench warmer, so yeah, that was pretty much my chant. What is your superpower? If that's your superpower, what are you without it? Let me guess, that's what you were planning on saying once I told you my superpower? That's such a stupid thing people say on YouTube. A lot of things people say. My right contact's playing games on me. You gotta watch that movie, Benchwarmers. I guess you did recommend that to me. I'd honestly never heard of it until you brought it up. We're on the 5-minute countdown. It's nice we're back to the same amount of viewers that we had most of the stream. It feels like we've come full circle now. I mean, I wish I had been more awake, had more energy to capitalize on having that many viewers, but dude, I was right in the stream, so it's what it is. There must be steroids in macaroni. I eat macaroni about every day, dude. I don't think there's any steroids in there. You're still standing after the raid. That's pretty impressive. When am I ending my stream? In 4 minutes. Unless you guys say something that triggers rambling out of me. How was the raid? It was wild stuff. It's the first time any of my live streams got raided. I picked up some subs. Honestly, subscribers really don't mean that much nowadays on YouTube. Yeah, it's nice to have a nice high number, but I got like 2,000 some subs, and most of these people I don't know. I've never seen them comment in any video, any live stream. They don't even watch anything. A lot of people just subscribe because it's the easiest thing to do. Actually investing your time into watching videos and stuff, that's a little bit too much. Have I played Roblox or Minecraft? I've had a lot of people ask me this for some reason. I played Minecraft like one time and I was bored out of my mind. Not gonna lie. I've never played Roblox. Yes, I'm not a human. That's what I'm saying. You're probably gonna attend next stream because you're interested now. Well, hopefully I don't let you down. I wish people could just, though, enjoy my old live streams. Because honestly, be honest with you, I don't know that my live streams from now on will ever top how ridiculous some of my past live streams have been. Because near the beginning of this year, I had some wild ones. Not many people got to see it. I remember one live stream where I went for an hour straight. Didn't read live chat at all. I was just being insanely sarcastic about literally everything. A lot of people thought Like, because I wasn't reading the chat, people thought it was pre-recorded or something. People always do that. If you don't read the chat, it's like they always ask if it's pre-recorded. Ever solve a Rubik's Cube? No, I have not. I can only solve one side of a Rubik's Cube. I can't solve the whole thing. I'm sorry. Never, honestly, really never had any ambition to be good at solving Rubik's Cubes because I just never really cared about. I do know one person in real life who's obsessed with Rubik's Cubes. Alright, come on now. That's a little ridiculous. Pre-record a live stream and respond to insane comments as a video. That'd be something else. I have played pre-record live streams before, but not vertical ones. And I only did it like once or twice, and I was like, yeah, probably not a great idea. Pepsi or Coke? My goodness, breaking out the big questions. I actually just drank some Coke. I would probably say Coke. Though I like both. It's not that big a deal to me. Difference between the two? Officially been 4 hours. There we go. As a funny video, then do it until your viewers notice. I don't know. Maybe. But probably not. Mountain Dew or Coke? Easily Coke. Mountain Dew's okay, but I don't really... Not my favorite. Sprite is like the only soda that I just don't like. Sprite is just like if somebody just peed in a bottle. It's like, I mean, what is the Sprite? It's like off-brand lemonade. It's like regular lemonade's better. I look like Socrates. Yeah, I definitely do. Socrates wearing a ball cap. Dr. Pepper's your favorite. Sprite is weak, yeah. Sprite is trash. Alright, you guys are going a bit off the rails now. Never heard of it that way. You probably never want to hear of it that way. That reminds me, you guys did trigger something here. I'm gonna go a little bit longer because I just thought of something. I think I was in 5th grade. I had a teacher who told me a story about how a person had a rat. Like, a rat was in their Dr. Pepper. A 2-liter of Dr. Pepper. A rat somehow got in the 2-liter and was at the bottom of the soda. And they sued Dr. Pepper for a bunch of money. And, like, every time I drink Dr. Pepper, that stupid story comes in my mind. I always think there's going to be a mouse, there's going to be a rodent at the bottom of my soda. It's just... had to ruin it for me. Maybe I just ruined it for you guys. I shouldn't have told you that. Next live stream, I should have some more comforting stories. Maybe I'll talk about my dishwasher. I think I restrained myself. I restrained myself from talking about my dishwasher this whole stream. It's kind of an ongoing joke, my relationship with my dishwasher. It's probably best not to ask too many questions on that. You bet it tasted good, yeah. Rat-flavored Dr. Pepper. As far as I know, it was a true story. That's really bad. How do you let a rat get into the soda? Yeah, how in the world does that happen? Does your grandma fart? Dude, my grandma is always passing gas. It's not a joke. I remember we were watching a movie one time with our grandparents and she got off the couch and it was like the air just released. It was like it was being held in. The only thing keeping it in was contact with the couch, and as soon as she stood up, it was just bam. I'm not even joking, that actually happened. That we were on like a vacation or something. That was weird. It's weird how you remember things like that. Things like that in my life I remember more than the things that are supposedly more important. It's the little things. The everyday things in life. I think that was a quote in a movie. The little things in life that make it worth getting up in the morning. Nothing is worth getting up in the morning for. Nothing. This life has nothing to offer that's worth getting up in the morning for. Period. If streaming is your power, what are you without it? Yeah, good one. Never heard that before. That's a killer one. Killer comments. Fanta is pure cancer. People say that about soda. I used to hear that all the time about Diet Pepsi. Which, by the way, Diet Pepsi is just... I don't understand why people... Have you ever had Diet Coke? That's like drinking nothing. It has no flavor at all. So why are you even drinking this? You eat Mickey Mouse. Eating Tom and Jerry. Well, here's the actual thing. I'm not making this up. My uncle and aunt, it's Tom and Jennifer. It's their names. So my brother, when he was younger, he called them Tom and Jerry. Maybe I should have a date with my dishwasher, dude. I'm far surpassed that point. We're far surpast the dating level. Like I said, I don't want to get too much into it. Some things that must stay between me and my dishwasher. Sparkling water is cool. Dude, I've never gotten into those type of drinks. I'm actually think I'm allergic to some flavored drinks I have. I forget what they were, the brand they were or whatever. But I literally had these flavored drinks, and I remember like anytime I would drink it, it felt like it would get stuck in my throat. And it sounds really weird, but the liquid was thick enough, and it would leave this horrible feeling that I had something stuck in my throat when I didn't really have anything in my throat. And then I would just like spit up a bunch of saliva and stuff. It was like bad. Alright, we got a spammer. I think the rating of the live stream is over, man. Leave the dishwasher behind, you're better than that. What are you talking about? The dishwasher is the peak of life. You cannot get any higher than the dishwasher. Everything is killing us. We are dying every second until the end. Yeah, I mean, technically the human body is dying every second. Alright. Yeah, that's a bit too much, my man. The fridge is higher than the dishwasher? No, insanity. Nothing tops a dishwasher. I go to bed at night to the sound of my dishwasher running at full blast. It's very soothing. It's the closest I've ever felt at peace in life. It just gives you that sense of something better than this life that you just, it's almost right there and you can't reach it. This is what I start talking about when I've been streaming for 4 hours. Gonna leave the stream. Come on now. No, it's alright. I'm literally about to end the stream. I have to. I'm literally gonna lose my voice if I go too much longer. I mean, I've had live streams much longer than 4 hours. My longest was 7 hours of just talking, but I took breaks and I read the live chat more to where I wasn't talking every second. A lot of this live stream for the first 3 hours was just me rambling, so can take a toll on you. Get a second wind? No, I don't think there's a second wind coming. I'd have to eat some food and get something in me that would give me some energy, and but I don't think anything's gonna fix my voice though. Does it wash every dish correctly? Of course. What even is life? I like that, realist. What even is life? A question we must all ask. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to get a very good response. It's the stare into the distance, yeah. If I've been streaming for over 4 hours, I'm going to be staring into the abyss. I do it all the time. I think a lot of people do it nowadays, especially people my age or younger. If you've been desensitized enough and you're not used to looking people straight in the eye, you can get used to just staring off into the distance. It's very natural for me. I have gotten to a point where I don't like to look at people in the eyes. Not because I'm like scared of doing it. It's just like I don't want to. Like I don't want to look at them. I just rather look out into the distance of things further away from me. I don't like looking at things that are right in front of my face, and it's very limiting. I'd rather look at everything from a distance and get a nice larger picture and not just get somebody up in my grill. Why is my hat tilted like this? Thoughts on the Squid Games? I think it's dumb. I think it's something that just appeals to people's it appeals to people's excess need for dopamine and adrenaline rush and all that crap. Dude, why do you need that when you can just sit here and watch this live stream of me like being a half-dead zombie? It's just way better than the Squid Games. Come on. Insanity is really enjoying me talking about the dishwasher. Are we living or are we dying? Depends who you are. To be honest with you, I'd say most people are already dead. They just don't know it. They're so busy going about their daily life tasks that they don't even stop to actually enjoy life. So they're not even living. They're already dead. They're long gone. You literally can't talk to these people at all. Like, you ever thought about actually, like, going up to your neighbors and talking to them or something? Like, you literally can't do it because they're just not there. Their body is there, but they're not there. They're thinking about all these things they have to do in the future. They're thinking about their past. They're thinking about anything but the present moment. So pretty much everybody. It's like you're not gonna enjoy the present moment if you're focusing on things outside the present moment. It's like, wow, really mind blowing. You can't connect with people if they're focused on everything other than to do with what's right in front of them. A trick you used to not make people uncomfortable but still show respect in certain situations is to look at the bridge of their nose instead. Sounds like a good trick. Honestly, I don't care that much about making people. Stupid stream just disconnected. I don't care that much, honestly, enough about making people uncomfortable. In real life, I usually make people are only uncomfortable around me if they don't understand me, which honestly is probably most people. uh, um, do you know how you destroy somebody? They say something to you and you just don't respond. You just sit there like a dead zombie. You don't show any emotional response. You know what they do? They freak out. Because the way most humans are, if you don't say anything, they'll just assume the worst. They'll be like, oh, this person hates me, all this, all this, all that. And then they just assume all these insane things. And it's like, dude, I just didn't even hear you. Like, I didn't know what you said. So I just sat there. And the whole time they were like freaking out, like, oh, this person dislikes me, all this. It's like, calm down. I have done that to people. The silent treatment is probably the most effective treatment on humans. I don't know why humans seem to think that arguing with other people does anything. It doesn't do anything. In fact, it just makes it worse. Just give them the silent treatment. If they say something dumb to you, just look them straight in the face and just go like you don't even have to shake your head. Just stare at them. It's like they'll freak out because they'll assume the worst. They always do. And it's annoying. I don't feel like just explaining myself to every single human that I come in contact with just to make them feel comfortable. It's like, can you just assume the fact that I'm not thinking about murdering you? Like, I'm not thinking about doing something to you. I'm not thinking about how much I dislike you. I'm just sitting here. That's it. I'm just sitting here in silence because I like silence. I know most humans can't stand it, but. What do you say? Anywho. Eye contact is overrated. Yes, it is. Can we get 100 likes? Yeah, I'm gonna wait till we get to 99 and then purposely end the stream just to drive everybody crazy. Jim Carrey is definitely up there. Liar, liar. Yeah, it's a good one. Jim Carrey. I'm a bad father. I always like that line. Says, I'm a bad father, and then he actually realizes he is. I know that's not a funny part, it's a dramatic part of the movie, but I always thought that was spot on. Most people, things they're bad at, it's crazy. Most people, things they do in their life that is bad or, um, things a lot of people their whole lives will just live in a delusion that they're a better person than they actually are. Like their whole lives, they'll never realize how other people actually viewed them. And if they did, it'd probably just tear them apart because they built their whole existence around all thinking I'm so good or whatever. It's funny. Oh. Movie 8 Mile. Never seen that. You dislike the stream realist. Unfortunately, I don't know why they don't, show the amount of dislikes. Like you can dislike the stream, but like at least from my vantage point, they don't show the number. Sometimes eye contact makes people feel uncomfortable. Yeah, that is true. It's so hard to know because some people feel comfortable with eye contact, other people don't. So, to be honest with you, I just don't. I don't. There's enough things to worry about in life without having to be like, oh, am I making eye contact right now? It's like, yeah. How about no? How about I'm not gonna focus on that because there's a lot of other things I'd probably rather put my focus on than making eye contact with other fleshly humans. You need to go to bed. Yeah, I need to go to bed. That's right. It does actually usually take me a little while to get to bed after the stream, though, because my mind's running a mile a minute during the streaming, and then it takes me a couple hours afterward to get it fully shut down. So right contact's really causing pain. The left one's been on pretty good behavior, but it shows dislike on the streams. Yeah, I know it does have the dislikes, but I can't see it. It doesn't show it for me. I'd be able to see it afterward, though. You don't remember what? Aliens need sleep too. Did I break my jaw at one point in my life? That's funny. Is it because of my jawline? Just because you have a jawline doesn't mean you broke your jaw. Not to my knowledge, unless I broke my jaw as a baby and my parents never told me. But as far as I know, I never broke my jaw. Can I do the hair reveal now? No, I told you we need at least 100 viewers because, you know, my hair is such a sacred piece of equipment. We need the whole world to see it. If you want to see my hair, you can literally just watch literally about any other stream. I don't wear a hat very often. If you want to see my wig, I mean my hair. Sorry. If you want to see my hair transplants. Anywho, I know you guys are having fun switching back and forth from 99 likes to 98 likes. I know that just gives you so much fun, but I think we're gonna have to end it. You guys got any last things you want to ask? Or can I just end it now? I'm giving you a chance, your last chance. If you ever see me rubbing the back of my head in a live stream, you know it's been... I think, you know, I've gone a bit overboard. It's been a bit too long. Where am I? I'm in my house. In a random place. On a random spot in the world. No. I keep my dishwasher to myself. You know, people in relationships, they get very insecure and they have to make sure they have tabs on the other person at all times, and they have to have that other person all to themselves, and those other people aren't even allowed to see anybody else in their life ever. So that's how I treat my dishwasher. Can't I'm the only one in your life, nobody else. Yeah, I mean, the stream's at 100 likes because we had 100 random people hop on the stream at one time. It's something else. I did have a stream where I got over 100 likes. I had it twice, but it took me like 5 hours, and the other one was like 7 hours. So it takes a while. You're the best, thanks, realist. I'm so tired. It's funny because you reach a point where you're so tired that you become so dumb to a point where it's like, what am I even doing? It's crazy. This stinks, yeah, it does. Really stinking up the joint. What? Sorry. How do I keep falling behind in the chat? What's everyone talking about? Nobody knows. Sheep's jumping over a fence. Yeah, that's what I need to envision to get to sleep tonight. We're in the same time zone. So you're just as tired as me. I would venture to say I'm probably more tired than you. You get tired quicker if you're talking the whole time. Listening to me can be a bit tiring as well. I understand that. I don't even understand you guys, honestly. What's harder to understand? Me streaming for about 5 hours, or you guys actually listening for multiple hours? Because I know some of you guys have been listening for like 3 hours. You guys are way more insane than me. Like, I sometimes turn on one of my old live streams and just skip to a random section, just see what random junk I'm talking about. I'm just like, can you imagine listening to this for hours and hours? You guys probably don't have any brain cells left at this point. I don't have any brain cells left. I lost those a long time ago. Alright. It's soul sucking, yeah, it is. But life is soul sucking, so does it really matter? Respect for going, thank you. Yeah, it's especially hard to listen to now because I'm tired, but hopefully a bit more bearable at the beginning of the stream. Do I play any games? I would advise checking out my channel. If you want to figure that out. My channel isn't just me doing these random live streams. It is actually about something. Have I ever watched Ferris Bueller's Day Off? No, I haven't. I've heard of it, though. My brother's seen it. Which basically means nothing, but... Ever seen the Super Mario movie? Yes, I did. I don't really remember anything about it other than Mario was in it. That was about as far back as my memory goes. Gender reveal. Alright. We're not at a baby shower. Sorry. Alright, this is the last thing I'm gonna talk about, because that's funny you brought that up. What is the deal with baby showers? I guess a male human being trying to understand the purpose of a baby shower is kind of a losing cause. But what, a baby shower? Showering baby with gifts, I get it, but dude, it's just like, what is this? Who on earth came up with these concepts? It's just ridiculous. Alright. I gotta stop. The sooner I stop, the sooner I can do another live stream. The longer I go, the longer it's gonna be till I do another live stream. And maybe that's alright for some of you, but I would like to do this again not too long. But I've got to remember my health. Doctor says it's not a great idea to talk for 5 hours without food or drink, so I had a bit of liquid, but no food. And I didn't go to the bathroom this whole time. I'm definitely not an AI robot, guys. Definitely not. It was fine. My 7-hour live stream, I only went to the bathroom one time. It was pretty amazing. I don't know. Sometimes I notice that I get so focused on the live streams that it's almost like I don't even think about going to the bathroom. Because I normally always go to the bathroom, but... Alright, sorry. You know, it's the end of the stream if I'm talking about going to the bathroom. It's it. It's done. Goodbye. You drink once a day. That's nice and sandy. Dude, don't ask me about the gender reveal stuff. Alright, goodbye, guys. We get to end it off on 100 likes. Great. Amazing. See ya.